Good morning. Good morning. Happy Funky Monkey Friday. Hi, I'm so glad to see you all. Hi, congratulations to Awa for getting first. Good job, good job. Hi, Kiari. I'm sorry your gambling didn't go so well. Hi, Jarchi. Hi, Stream Elements. Hi, Oza. Oh my goodness, it's so good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Hi, Carrot. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hi. How's everybody's Friday going so far? I can't tell if I feel good or not good. I went to the gym yesterday. I've been I've been going to the gym a little bit. I'm trying to be more mindful of my wellness. I do judo, but I feel like that's not. Mm, I don't want to say it's not enough, but I do judo, but I feel like I could be doing a little more for my body. So I've been going to the gym. But anyway, I went to the gym like last night at maybe like 5 p.m. It was before my stream last night. I went to the gym and I was all sore. And I woke up this morning sore. My friend asked if I wanted to go on a hike. And of course I said yes because I love going on hikes. But oh man, that did not really help out my soreness. So my my like abs region feels it feels funny. Hi Ryan. Oh my goodness. Hello, greetings. You're doing better than before? I'm so glad to hear that. I'm so glad to hear that. Hopefully with the weather getting warmer, I hope that helps your mental health as well. It's so warm outside today. It's like crazy that it's February. It's like it's like 67 degrees outside. Look, he broke my glasses. Oh, I hope you have a backup pair. I wear contacts, so I don't have to deal with that. But I remember, I don't think I ever broke my glasses when I wear glasses. But I remember there were a few days where I like forgot them. Or like I left them in my car or something. It was like, shoot, I'm blind. What's your shoulder press? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm still kind of new, and I use the machines like more than anything. I don't really like lift weights like that super a whole ton. Just like little dumbbells. I made the sandwich I mentioned from last night, but since you just had to bully me, I put the chips on the side. Thank goodness. Wait, so is your sandwich just barbecue sauce and ketchup on bread with chips on the side? Oh, well, I guess if nothing else, people can't say that it's not seasoned. Putting the chips on the side might be my fault. No, it's all her fault. Yo, I think we can share the blame. I think if Awa wants to take some of that flack, they should be allowed to. Thank you for the link, Awa. Don't have a backup is the only one I had for 7 years. Oh. Um. Um. um, Well, maybe since it's been 7 years, maybe your prescription has changed. So, like, maybe it's low-key a good thing that you broke them. Because now you have the opportunity to maybe re-get your eyes evaluated. Take your time, boss. You get stronger slowly. Oh, yeah, I will. My grip, I will say, I think my grip strength has got a lot better since doing judo. But I want to work on other parts of my body too. I also think working out will help me be better at judo. Cause like I can do the motions, but if I'm not strong enough to like lift people up into the air, like onto my hip, then probably not that effective. I had bacon too. You completely missed the bacon part. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. How could I forget the bacon part? So you had saucy bacon on some bread. Well, I think that's better than what my vision was. Beow, beow, beow. Seems I might be stuck with the 30s for a while. I will get there. Oh, sorry. I'm trying to reach 35 kilos on each hand for the shoulder press. Yeah, I'm not really entirely sure what a shoulder press is. I just kind of do whatever. I just kind of do whatever the machines say to do. But I'm super motivated. I think I'm gonna go today after stream as well. Hi, damn. Stromboli, Stromboli. Spoilers go to jail, Roni. Does that does that rhyme? Does that rhyme? I don't think that rhymes, but I I like the creativity. You can have all the blame. Oh, man. Man, aren't you working? Nom, nom, nom. Want to go back to the gym so bad, but it's so far and I have no method of transport. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm really lucky that my apartment complex has like a little gym center. It's nothing crazy, but they got some dumbbells and some machines and some treadmills. Hmm. It's pretty nice. But I think you can do workouts at home without weights even if you don't have weights. I think you could do some crunches, some push-ups, maybe perhaps. Hi shrimp. Why? Why are you exploding? Good morning. Good morning. There's no reason to spoil, so there's no rhyme or reason. Oh, that's very poetic of you. I hate living in Nowhereville, Michigan. I'm sorry. Um, trying to think about Michigan. You got some lakes. You got some lakes, so that's pretty swag, poggers. I don't know what else you have. I think you have a good zoo, but I'm not 100% on that one. Bam, 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 bam. We're in the same boat right now. It's truly evil. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm manifesting that a gym opens up right next to you guys. Or that you can do some workouts at home. Every room I'm in has at least one dumbbell in it. What? That's crazy. That's so crazy. How many times do you work out a day? I've only been going once a day so far, and I'm on day 3. So I guess that's not saying much. But are you supposed to do it multiple times a day? I don't know. Um, 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 like pepperoni rigatoni. Can you put pepperoni on pasta? I feel like that wouldn't be too great. But I guess people put bacon in their pasta, so maybe it's not that different. Also, hi Judes, happy Funky Monkey Friday. True, I do have lakes. I actually live right next to one. Not one of the great lakes I used to, but I moved. And I just live next to a much smaller and sadder lake. Aw. Well, I mean, I think it's hard to compete with the Great Lakes, but it's still cool. Still cool that you live by water. Unless you get a ton of mosquitoes, then that is maybe not that cool. But I don't know. I think looking at the water is nice. Very peaceful. Yo, thank you for your 30 stream streak, Ryan. Mm, yummy number. I was calling me a dumbbell? Oh. um, okay, don't mind me. I've never heard dumbbell as an insult before. Is it just because the word dumb is in it? Aren't dumbbells like kind of awesome and useful? I don't know. I feel like if you were a dumbbell, um I would appreciate you. Especially because the rec center at my apartment. Um, I don't know if this is embarrassing, but I like the 10-pound weights, but they only have one 10-pound weight. So I'm kind of cooked. I try to do it with the 15-pound weights, and I'm just not quite there yet. Wham, wham, wham. Hi, Funky Wonky Friday. No, Funky Monkey. What is a Funky Wonky? Jeez, that's so silly. We're monkeying around, standing on business, monkey style. Simply explained, shoulder press is you sit, putting the weight to the side of your chest and pushing up and down. The side of your chest. I'm having such a hard time picturing that. I'll have to look into that. Oh my goodness, hi dude! Happy Funky Monkey Friday! I've seen a pasta with little pepperonis in the sauce. They're pepperoni pasta bakes, but I super want something to help emulsify the roni oil. Oh yeah, I guess if there's just like pepperoni grease sitting on top, that wouldn't be as fun. You have pictures you took of the lake? Yeah, I want to see them. Ugh, I love as long as they're not like doxing. Like make sure there's no street signs or anything. But I love seeing nature pics. I too live near a bunch of water, and I'm not that far from the ocean. Yo, that's so awesome. It's because of dumb, yeah, but also because dumbbells are dense too. I think that's kind of awesome. Shoulder exercises are probably great for judo too. Yeah, I guess that's pretty real. Cause you, sorry, I'm like, I'm like wiggling my shoulders. You can't really see it, but yeah, you do be using your shoulders a lot. Shoulders and forearms, I would say. I'm in a swamp. I hate it here. Oh, I got an Instagram reel that was like playing mermaids, but it was like in a swamp, and I thought that was awesome. Not that that's really relevant to what you said. I just thought you should know. What's a shrimp doing in a swamp? Yo, mind your business. I hmm. Are crawdads just like freshwater shrimps? Like I know they're not the same thing, but are they like close enough? Are they like cousins? How close are they? Yum, yum. They'll be on the Discord in a second. I took the photos about 11 hours apart in the same spot, so you can see what it looks like at different parts of the day. That's so nice. That sounds lovely. I really like watching time-lapse videos of like the sky. Or just I guess it doesn't have to be a video, but just seeing the same area in like different times of the day or like different seasons. Very satisfying. Oh, wiggle wiggle. Yeah, be wiggling. Let's play mermaids in the swamp. I feel like you could probably get parasites from that. Like I feel like there's probably some ringworms in there. I don't know. I don't think I want to do all that. Coward! Sigh. I am not an ogre or Scottish. I should not be in a swamp. Oh. Um. 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 Maybe just pack a little bindle and go closer to the beach, perhaps. If a swamp shrimp makes a pun, is it a crawdad joke? Oh my god. Damn. Chill. Check IRL pics. I would check IRL pics after stream. Don't even worry. Don't even worry. I just don't have Discord open right now. I worry about having too many things open. Oh my god, speaking of having things open, I gotta get a Mori going. Teehee, teehee. How's my daughter Obama? I don't know. I don't know. I haven't opened the game yet. I'm sure she's fine. Open 20 Chrome browsers? No. No. I don't have Chrome open. I have Spotify, and I have Firefox, and I have Steam, and I have OBS. Am I gonna get spoilers? I think you low-key are. I I think the part that I'm at is like strange. I think it's a little silly goofy. So anyone who is actively playing Omori or is going to be playing Omori, Um, maybe lurking would be really awesome. Oh my goodness, squeak! Alright, listen up. Here's what Monsley has to say about the swamp. Wow. That sounded like really good advice, I think. Probably send my nature pics I took later. Yippee! I love nature pics. I love nature pics and animal pics and food pics. Those are my top three. Those are so awesome. I miss my daughter Tails. I miss her a lot. Naming your daughter Tails is crazy business. Like, does she have tails? You like pigtails, like the hairstyle. Gambled 30%. Why 30%? You also lost. This is so sad. I hate nature. It should die. Build more factories. Um, are you the little? Are you the little short bowl cut dude from the Lorax? Throw plastic at turtles. Okay. Yikes. Nature hates me. Oh, do you have allergies? Or do you get like burnt by the sun easily? Like what specific part of nature hates you? She's a bat with nails in it. Oh, she does. She does. In reference to tails. The swamp. Have you guys ever been to a swamp? I never have. I don't know. I'm sure it's pretty, but I just imagine a lot of bugs, a lot of like mosquitoes. Mr. O'Hare? Oh, yeah, I forgot that's what his name was. That's you right now. So many allergies, OMG. Oh, that's so sad. I feel like it must be so rough to have more than one allergy. I don't know. I don't really have any. Like, I have the tongue thing, but it's not really. I don't know if I'd really describe it as a proper allergic reaction. I think Avi is cool. I'd be her friend. Hmm. I think I'd be her friend, but I guess it kind of depends on how she would act towards me at first. Been to Florida a few times. Ooh, I've been to Florida a few times, but only at the beach. Only at the beachside like areas. Never in like the swampy, marshy areas. Bam, bam. Have you ever been to a swamp? Possibly. Wait, Shrimp, you just said you like lived in a swamp. What do you mean possibly? I was at a swamp. And then I built a pollution factory over it. Oh wow, that's so awesome. Do you guys ever see those memes where it's like a really nice picture of nature and it's like, ah, wow. Imagine putting an IKEA here. I laugh at those a lot. No swamps, but the locks have a lot of midgies and dragonflies. What is a midgie? Also, I don't really know what a lock is either. I've heard of a Loch Ness monster, so I assume that's where that comes from. But I couldn't tell you what that is. My doctor once told me I had seasonal allergies for every season. Oh. Oh. I hope you have some sort of medicine that helps with that. That sounds a bit miserable. Go to Florida and visit the marshy area. Oh my goodness, that's titty real. I'll follow the little cookie trail and I'll find her. That's a joke. Oh my god, sorry. Whoosh. I can feel the joke bouncing off my noggin. I killed a fish the other day by making it drink oil, snuffing out wildlife one creature at a time. You guys know there's like Dawn? like dish soap commercials, and they'll have like the ducklings that are like covered in oil, and then they like wash the ducklings to show how like powerful their dish soap is or whatever. Dillsy's actually the one who like put the ducklings in the oil. she she just like threw them in there. I did that. Oh, that's so poggers of you. Me, ecology professor, would say that. Look at this. Let's put a parking lot here. Oh my goodness, those are so funny. Ugh. Sorry, Mishies are tiny swarming flies. Ugh. Man, that does not sound very awesome at all. I bet if you're a spider, a swamp is like a nice little buffet, though. I bet that would be nice. Healthy keeping Dawn in business. Wow, that's so awesome of her. They keep thwarting me. Yo, who uses the word thwarted? That's only you. Ah! Hold on. I'm clicking things. Okay. I'm making my pollution company called Dusk. Dusk is such a pretty name. Yo! Thanks. Thanks, I guess. Puts dish soap on duckling. Washes duckling away. So that's awesome. Goodbye, little duckling. There used to be a viral video of like little ducks blowing around in the wind, and I would watch that so much. Okay, hold on. We're pausing. We're pausing the edgy playlist for today. Bye, Darren. Have a good Funky Monkey Friday. Okay. Okay, I think we're in business. I think you can see. Can you hear? I can't hear, so I don't know. I can't tell yet. Depression warning. Okay, can you hear this? I think you can. That's like so drat. Oh my goodness. Wait, maybe this is too loud. Hold on. Game quiet? Okay, so that's for me. So I'll turn it down and then turn it up for you. If you want to support the channel, be sure to not recycle and use only non-renewable resources. Okay, what does that have to do with the channel? Don't don't put that evil on me. What the? I'm actually really passionate about recycling and the environment as a whole. Okay. How's this volume? The last time I played this game, in the real world, we were having a little slumber party with our two friends, Hiro and Kel, and we went to sleep. And we woke up in the little blank space area, and we came here. And there's usually a little party of friends with us and lots of little NPCs, but we're like low-key by ourselves. And it's kind of sad. So Funky Monkey Friday is not out to a great start. Plus it's sponsored by Duskin. No, I'm not. No, I'm not sponsored by that. Haha. You better fix that. Guys, I'm really passionate about the environment. If you'd like to support the stream, consider robbing your local AI swap farmer. Most really needs the RAM. Oh wait, that's kind of real. You can do that. You can do that in my name, but maybe don't pollute in my name. A squishy egg. Found you. You wanna play again? Oh, yeah, sure, I guess. We also played hide and seek, and it's just by ourselves. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. I'm not sure if that's how we're supposed to progress. Just playing hide and seek by ourselves. Let me see if I can go to any other areas. A bunch of small toy cars. Why? Eternal banana. All our friends are gone. Maybe it's like the episode of SpongeBob. They're all they all just needed a little break. A thick fog envelops the entire forest. Okay. We can't go down there. Can I play on the side? Okay, well at least there's that. BRB gonna go rob all the people who make AR trailers for fake movies, and I'm gonna do it in Buzz name. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I don't know. I don't want to like rant too much because I do want my stream space to be like more of a cozy vibe. But I really do not like AI. It's quite bad for the environment. And it feels like such an insult to all the people who work so hard. So you can you can do as many crimes as you want against AI in my name. I too need RAM. Guys, I thought 32 gigabytes is going to be enough. I was wrong. I regret not buying 64 gigabytes when it's still a normal price. Oh, that's so sad. Man. Alright, somebody else, you gotta rob some for shrimp. If you'd like to spoil the stream, consider taking your next vacation trip Airlines. No percentage of the proceeds go to your local Fox streamer, X Cinnamon Fox X, but it makes her happy anyway. Man, I don't particularly care about Southwest Airlines getting money or not. I feel like maybe I'd have to look into them a little bit more. I'm just saying they're a hear me out. That's a big difference. People and things can be on your hear me out cake without you agreeing with their ethics and morals. I regret not knowing that 2 of the 6 jam sticks he had lying around were dead until he actually tried installing them. Wait, how do they die? Why did they do that? Did the pins bend? Southwest Airlines was like, what if I want to go another direction? Oh my goodness, that's so real. That's so real as well. I went to New York City last May for my birthday, and there was no Southwest flights. Kinda messed up. Now where am I supposed to get my little graham cracker snack from? Can I leave? Ugh! Okay. The door's locked. Okay. I don't really know what that thing is. Not my favorite. No idea? No, they just didn't work. One was so bad the PC wouldn't boot. The other was so bad that the PC did boot, but couldn't do anything. Man, I never even heard of that before. That sounds awful. I'm gonna go from Florida to Kansas. Guess we're going the long way. Like all the way across the world. That's so awesome. Only south around here. You want to go back? You got to take the full flight back around the Earth. Oh my goodness. That's pretty rough. That's pretty rough. I will say I did get my flight to Afkai. I bought my plane ticket, and thankfully there is a flight from Southwest. Yeah. Bet you all are pretty jealous. I'm getting graham crackers in July. Chili was like, happy birthday, Charlie. Here's 28 gigabytes of RAM. Oh, wait. One of these works. Wait, I thought you said 2 out of 6. Oh, Shirley, Surely the other four were like awesome and poggers. I think fog envelops the entire forest. I wonder if they'll be every direction enveloping. I don't know where my friends are. Oh, it seems like that way is goable. Let me just check this way as well. Okay. So there's no secret other route. We gotta go north. I had 3 in my PC. 2 of the 3 we put in theirs were the broken ones, so now we have 2 each. Oh. What do you even do in that situation? Like, could you have returned it? Pail and a shovel? Aw, man. I remember when I made a sandcastle with my friends. And now they're gone. Is that Mari? Is that Mari? I'm a little nervous to talk to her. Okay. I'm gonna take a sip of iced coffee and we're gonna be so brave. Screw you too, drinking the sorrows away. What? What's the Jarchy carrot beef? Yo, you can't beef here. You can't beef here. Ugh, I'll explode both of you. We had these for years and I think the company isn't even making commercial RAM anymore. Oh. Wait, why didn't you upgrade your PC right away? Yeah, this is a vegetarian stream. Oh man. It's not quite a vegetarian stream. I don't eat red meat though, so yeah, I guess no beef here. No beef here. I only have bacon. Oh man. Turkey bacon's where it's at. And I'm not even just saying that because I don't eat red meat. I genuinely think turkey bacon is so delicious. And you don't get like the weird little squishy gross fat bits. I hated that about normal bacon. And turkey bacon doesn't even have that. I ran out of bacon because of the sandwich. Only chicken. Turkey bacon crying emoji. What's wrong with turkey bacon? I think it's so good. My dad used to make it for me when I was little, and I would pound that stuff. He'd be like, "Whoa, whoa, you don't usually eat that much." I was like, "Yeah, Dad, I love turkey bacon." Gross. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not even taking it personally. Turkey is underrated. Turkey's so good. I do think it's kind of easy to like mess up and like make it really dry. But I think when it's cooked well, it's so peak. So good. It's also so good as a sandwich. I love turkey Swiss sandwich with spinach and sun chips. Charlie got a few new PC parts for his birthday, including a new motherboard. So that's why we went with the upgraded RAM. Oh, I see, I see. My goodness, happy birthday, Charlie. Sorry your RAM broke. I like my bacon crispy, so I don't have to worry about the icky fat. No, like if you're gonna have normal bacon, that is how you do it, but this is so gross. This is so gross. Oh my goodness, Kyrie, look at your expert gambling. I hate turkey. Turkey is pog? That's how I feel about peanut butter? Oh my goodness, I did not know turkey was so... polarizing. Man. Listen, I'm sorry, Jarchi, but peanut butter is just not that good. Maybe you can compromise. You can have turkey peanut butter sandwiches. And then we'll just both be upset. Yippee. Oh, sorry, I'm stalling. I'm worried. I'm worried about this kiddo. Amori, you're here. I'm so glad you found me. Kel, Aubrey, Hero, and all the children are gone. There's a thick fog enveloping the entire forest. Everywhere except here. Maybe our friends are somewhere across the water. Let's find them together. Do you want to join me? Oh, I thought this would be sad and scary. Thanks, little brother. I knew I could count on you. I'll keep you company so you're not alone. I know you really hate that. Oh, he hates being alone? My god, he's alone all the time. It's messed up. I also feel like all the children did not take a group swim across the water. PB is good, you just only ate bad PB? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I tried it a few times. I had it in a Reese's cup and I had it on a sandwich. And I think one time I had like a peanut butter banana smoothie. Well, I didn't have one. Like my sister had one. I had a drink of it and I said, "Phew, disgusting." I just really don't like the flavor of peanuts, I don't think. Unless it is a peanut M&M. That is the only exception. I love peanut butter. Sadly, it does not love me. Have you ever had sunflower butter? I think that's an alternative. Maybe that is yummy. BB is gross and evil. Ugh, thank you, Juice. I agree. Need jelly on that thing. Or I could just have a jelly sandwich. Remove the evil peanut. Sun butter is okay. Maybe that jelly can be evil. It's great with jelly. With jelly. Okay, but what about PB with no PB? Just jelly sandwich. Jelly sandwich is sunny? No, it's good. It's good. I think it's better if you just have like bread with jelly on it, but you know, putting another piece of bread there won't hurt anyone. Just jelly is too sweet. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. That's what the bread balances it out. I guess if you're just having a spoonful of jelly, it's too sweet. But even that is like questionable. I don't know, for New Year's, I had some friends over. And I made like a little cracker plate for them. I got like some cheese and like some cured meats and some grapes and some crackers. And I was like, I don't really have any like dips for the crackers, really. Like you can put cheese on the crackers, but I don't have anything to dip it in. So I looked in my fridge and I was like, wait, jelly would probably work. And I feel like I had a whole sleeve of crackers. I was just like covered in jelly. I love jelly. I love jelly. Plus eats butter and jelly sandwich confirmed. Ah! No! I hate butter. Ugh! That's so gross. So gross. I hate butter. And why would you want that on your jelly? Yuckers. I know that is not a very popular opinion. I know a lot of people like butter. I don't know. I don't know. Like, I won't cry and scream and throw up if there's butter on my stuff, but it's just really not my favorite. My stepdad used to make white rice and he'd put butter on it because he really liked the flavor. And so, like, I grew up eating butter rice and it's just so bad. Or like if you ever go to a breakfast restaurant and you get a stack of pancakes and they put like the thing of butter on top. No, I scrape that off. I scrape that off. I do not want butter. Get that out of here. If I'm making a grilled cheese, no butter. Do not put butter anywhere near my grilled cheese. None. It's disgusting. Yeah, you get it, Phoenix. We served fast butter. How dare you? Oh my god, Tim. Thanks. Thanks for that. White rice needs something? Yes, it does. It needs soy sauce. It needs soy sauce. It does not need butter. I don't know. I don't know. I guess if you're out of soy sauce, I I won't I won't scream at you for putting butter on it, but like don't offer any to me. Some fairs have deep fried butter, like a mozzarella stick, but instead of the inside being cheese, it's butter. Yuck. Do you use mayo instead for grilled cheese? No. No, I just put the bread directly on the pan. And every time I've said that, people are like, "No, you're just gonna burn the bread. It needs like some sort of oil or butter." But like, no, it doesn't really. You just kind of hope for the best. It's disgusting if it's a mod stick with butter. I mean, I wouldn't put it past a fair. I feel like all the fairs that I've been to have been kind of crazy with their experimental fried foods. Jelly instead of butter for grilled cheese. Yo! That's real. And then you sub the cheese out for more jelly. Deep fry everything is possible. I don't know. I really, really like fried chicken. Fried chicken is very tasty, but I don't know. I guess corn dogs are tasty. I think you make those in a deep fryer. I don't know. I didn't ever really understand the like deep frying like desserts and like other random little things. No, I think one time one of my friends got like a deep fried. Oh, what was it? Maybe an Oreo? It was something like a little bit chocolatey. And they're like, "Here, Frosty, do you want a bite?" And I was like, okay, I'll try it. And it wasn't horrible, but I feel like it being fried didn't really add anything. I was like, man, man, if it's mid, why am I eating it? It can't be that good for you. Deep fried Oreos are mid as hell. Yeah. I'm trying to think of like the craziest deep fried thing that I've seen. I don't know. I know I've seen some wild things, but I just can't think of any. Yeah, I got nothing. Yeah, I got nothing. Okay, we're studying our heartbeat. Don't be afraid. It's not as scary as you think. Oh, she's such a good sister. Oh, you are no longer afraid of drowning. Yo! That's so nice. Oreos are already great. Why would you do anything to them? Oreos aren't my very most favorite because the cream part isn't my favorite. But I understand what you mean. I think personally my most ideal Oreo situation is Oreo truffles. I learned how to make those at summer camp. You basically just put a bunch of Oreos into like a little Ziploc baggie and you crush them up with a rolling pin. Well, I guess you don't need a rolling pin, but you get them like all crushed up and the cream kind of acts like a binding agent and like kind of I don't know. It like kind of like squishes all the cookies together until it's like a homogeneous mix, and then you like roll them into little balls and you dip it in chocolate. And then once the chocolate hardens, it's like just a little Oreo ball. I don't know. I think those are really good. I like those. Oh, I don't know where I am. Oh, there's some shadows walking around this ocean. Like my Oreos dipped in chocolate? Yeah! Pretty nice. I really like fruit dipped in chocolate. Like, have you guys ever had like banana with dark chocolate? Like dipped in dark chocolate? That's so peak. Seek the elemental opposite. The deep fried Oreo might not be it, The Oreo ice cream sandwich most certainly is most certainly is what? I understand you until your last 4 words. You like get distracted and you're like, Ooh, Oreo ice cream sandwich. Ooh, yummers. It certainly is. That's so real. Ritz crackers dipped in chocolate are good too. I guess maybe if you like salty sweet things. It's kind of hard for me to picture that. It sounds nasty, I can't lie to you. Speak your truth. Speak your truth, king. Man, I hope this is regular. I hope this is regular and we don't die. Excuse me. Sinner! Oh my god! Hello, hello, hello. Happy Hooky Monkey Friday. Ooh. This room looks a bit messy. Empty cans. A coat rack. An ordinary houseplant. Its leaves are hard and brittle. Broken lamp. Yo, what happened? Shattered pottery? An unmade bed. It hasn't been used in years. This for a photo. Is this baby Amori? Is this Mari's room? What? Thursday, yo! It's not Thursday. It's not Thursday, and also Butt Monkey only has 1 T. I never even told him. I never even told him that I showed his gameplay live on stream. That doesn't alliterate. It doesn't. Well, I guess to be fair, Funky Monkey Friday doesn't alliterate either. It's like a rhyme and then the 2 F's go together. I don't know what you call that. Fox throws Thursday? Thursday. I don't even go to judo on Thursday. Or am I just throwing other people? I'm very ready to get over being sick. Oh, I'm sorry you're sick. Man, I hope you feel better soon. I need wisdom? Oh my goodness. Okay. Listen up. Here's some wisdom. Here's some wisdom. Oh, yeah. Please absorb that information. I wiser. Okay, well, when you word it like that, I feel concerned. Sinus infection, influenza, and bronchitis all at the same time. Did you like go to a rave or something? That's a lot. Oh, please hang in there. The last, the woes, the winds, Wednesday. Oh, Hey Tammy, random question. When's the last time you slept? When's the last time you got a good couple hours of sleep? Inquiring parties would like to know. For Valentine's Day, yeah? You went to a rave on Valentine's Day? Ah, that sounds lovely. Man, I want to go to a rave again. But the girl that took me to a rave, she moved away. And I don't want to go by myself. We am informed. Oh, my goodness. It's barely holding itself together. This is my chat right now. This is my chat's brain cells right now. Deteriorated. I think this is Amori and Mari. I wonder why Omori is blacked out if Mari's the one who died. A white egret orchid. In the language of flowers, it symbolizes the phrase, "My thoughts will follow you into your dreams." Man, I want someone's thoughts to follow me into my dreams. A stool on its side. Low key, the last stream I had that I remember last night was watching Twitch streams, so I think I'm cooked. An ordinary houseplant. Its leaves are hard and brittle. A dirty wardrobe, it's empty. Old fireplace, the inside is completely black. Man, this is tough. Disgusting. Oh, sorry. Digesting, understanding, coming to terms with my morbid fate. Wisdom achieved. Thank you, Boston Monkey. Oh, you're so welcome. Anytime. I'm unfortunately better slept than usual. Wait, don't say unfortunately. Lee, I'm so glad to hear that. Do you get sillier the more the more well rested you are? My goodness, you should go anyway. Raves are fun. The Raven V Day wasn't all that great, TBH. Ah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I only went to one. I really liked it. I ordered like a little strawberry outfit. It was pretty cute. Pair of binoculars. Do you want to check out the view? Yeah. I like views. Foggy. What kind of EDM do you like? I don't know. I like a lot of the EDM that I've heard, but I've never like really suck it. Suck it? I never really sought it out for myself. I just had a friend who was really into raves, and she invited me, and I said, okay. I think the best song that I heard that she showed me was Grizztronics. I really like the like wop 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 wop. And I will say I don't really like a lot of EDM that has lyrics. That's not my favorite. I just like really noisy, brain tickly songs. Digesting. Don't make fun of me. It's hard. It's hard to read, Archie. Man, this is a whole lot of nothing. Was I supposed to see something? There is no light here. Oh, it's a lighthouse. I feel like I should be able to see something. Oh well. I like house EDM and melodic dubstep. They played a lot of hardstyle and hardcore dubstep. It's just not my style. Ah, I'm sorry. I hope it was still fun though. If nothing else. Wait, is this watchable? Something stares at you from the other side of the screen. What? Can I see it? Haha. Okay. Oh, maybe that wasn't what I was supposed to be finding. A lot of trees in the water. Oh. Big waterfall. There's nothing here. Oh, man. If I wasn't with Kelsey, I would have been miserable the whole time. Oh, well, I'm glad you at least went with someone who made it fun. Did you wear a nice outfit? I love rave outfits. They're my favorite. They're so cute. Big pop like a series of Kelsey Grammer? Kelsey Grammer? Damn. Is there any reason to be going in the water? You wear jeans? Oh. What kind of... Did you wear a jersey with it? Ugh. I don't know. Honestly, I feel like 50% of the good time that I had at the rave was was like dressing up for it. I really liked my little strawberry outfit. I had mm, I don't know if I should say. but it was a really cute strawberry outfit, and I had like a little strawberry choker with matching strawberry like garters on my thighs and like a little pink skirt. It was so cute. Baby, I hear the bassa thumping. Tossed salad and scrambled eggs. Tossed salad and scrambled eggs? What does that even mean? Other 50% was in jeans. Chargy. Sigh. You had a tank top on. It was red with swirls on it. Yo! Lovely, lovely. Amori, I'm so proud of you. You swam all the way here, even though you've always been terrified of water. But there's still one big thing you're afraid of, isn't there? Something a little bit harder to overcome. Is it being alone? I don't really know how you overcome that one. Exposure therapy, maybe. Ask Fraser? I'm afraid... I'm afraid that one's going over my head. You know what that means? Oh. Oh. That looked like Hero and Aubrey and Kel. Oh, yay. I love hearing disembodied laughter. Oh, there they are again. What the... I can't even really tell what that one is. Georgie! Don't write that down. It's spooky for real. Jeans and a t-shirt is perfect for almost everything? Oh, well I guess as long as it's not cold. Like that could get a little chilly. Oh, basil? Oh. Huh. I don't see a lot of ways that this sequence could end in a positive manner. Unless everybody's hiding for a surprise party. Omori, it seems that you've forgotten something important. Are you okay with that? I'm not too sure. You've seen this curtain once before. The last time we went to the lake. This is my stop, though. I know I shouldn't have come. It just gets a little lonely without everyone. It's not my place to say anymore, but I hope you're still there, Lorgle. I really miss you. I don't like this too much. Jeans are the ideal wear for plumbers when they gotta get in the sewers. Everywhere you look, it's denim, denim, denim. Damn. Man. We need some corner time. Race, jeans and a colorful t-shirt. Work, jeans and a fancy shirt. Medieval Battle jeans and a t-shirt. I guess so. I used to wear jeans a lot, but I don't know. Not my favorite. Not my favorite anymore. I guess since I stream a lot, I'm like sitting a lot, and sitting in jeans is not that cozy. Ah, goodbye, little brother. Um, goodbye. Why? Why did you leave? Uh, uh, uh. Hello? Man. Why did the boat go sailing with all its friends? I don't know, that's a nice visual though. If I was a boat, I would want to sail with all my friends. I'm gonna post those nature pics I was talking about in a bit, but I'm scanning these over and over to ensure there's no dogs. Stay safe, kids. Real, real, real. Everybody stay so incredibly safe. Cause of peer pressure. Oh, seems like positive peer pressure though. I used to wear jeans a lot, runs away in a diaper. Georgie. No. Well, I don't want to go down there. Makes a nice noise though. Every VTuber knows the best swimming attire is their underwear. No! Listen, I'm not gonna shame other VTubers for doing that. You know, you can wear whatever you want in your own home. But I just feel like that would be so incredibly uncomfortable. Like physically, but also mentally. I don't know. Also, my chair is leather, so like my thighs would get like sweaty. I don't know. I don't know. I cannot imagine doing that. But you know, kudos to everyone who does. Yo, look at this frog. Ribbit. Waiting for something to happen? Kinda. This is M for monkey. Or for Monsley. You know, they're both fine. All the sailors took the ships out of the harbor this morning. It was a it was a mass exodus. Damn! Damn. Oh my goodness. Ugh. Thanks. Thanks for that. Something blink. Black? Blink? Huh. Okay. What do you call a cold puppy? A chilly dog. Oh, okay. Thank you. So much. Go in the hole? No. Who would do that? Thanks to the M's in chat. Wait, now I feel like maybe I should have gone in the hole. I don't know which way progresses the story. You just like go in a random hole. Oh, it's gone! See, that's why we didn't go in. It's terrifying. You guys ever get those like scary cave diving videos? Wait, y'all hearing this? This lane's carpool only, kid. Come back when you got friends. Oh, man. Well, at least the toll gator's here. Everyone else is gone, but At least there's a toll booth. One time I adopted a dog from the blacksmith. As soon as I brought him home, he made a bolt for the door. Guys. Guys, I'm gonna... Guys, I'm gonna lose it. Hey kid, you wanna go somewhere cool? You should go to the Last Resort. It's the hottest, trendiest place to be these days. I can take you there if you want, kid. It's all the rage. Come on, don't be shy. I don't bite much. That's like probably not smart. I'm sure I can walk there. What the? Hey kid, you wanna ride back to the deep well? I'll drive you as much as you want. It ain't a big deal to me. I get paid salary. I kind of trust this one. Don't do it. Don't accept this candy. Well, yeah, that one... The first one, it felt like he was trying really hard. Peer pressure style. But this one seems chill. Oh, I'll accept his ride. Meow. Come back anytime, kid. Wait, he drove me, like... 5 yards. Oh. Wait, did he? Did I accept the first one? Where did all this road come from? What's maybe losing the game right now? Is it because I didn't go in the hole? Endless highway. What? Endless? My uncle took me to the zoo, but it only had one dog. It was a Shih Tzu. Sigh. I had one of those. Her name was Cuddles. She was very cute. Can you tell that I named her? I think I got Cuddles when I was like... I was so young. I had to have been like 6. I think. But yeah, a little 6-year-old Frosty named... named the cute little dog Cuddles. When does Friday come before Thursday? When does Friday come before Thursday? In the dictionary! Oh my goodness. Thanks so much for these jokes. Was Cuddles as much of a diva as every other Shih Tzu I've ever met? She actually wasn't that much of a diva. I guess, okay, well, we always called her a Shih Tzu, but she was like a rescue dog, so she definitely wasn't like a purebred. Like, she looked like a Shih Tzu, but her face wasn't flat. She had like kind of a normal muzzle. But like her fur looked like a Shih Tzu. And not very much of a diva. I will say she would get really, really mad if I like closed the door to my bedroom and like didn't let her in with me. I remember there's like 2 or 3 times that I was playing with like building blocks or something, and if she was in the room with me, she would like accidentally knock them over. So it's nothing personal. I just like kind of didn't want my blocks to be knocked over, so I like closed the door, and she was just crying and crying and crying, and I felt so bad. I don't know. Maybe that counts as diva. Me thinks this highway loops for eternity. Well, what if I keep walking and it doesn't do that? Have you considered that maybe we're close? Looked like a Shih Tzu. Had the face of a man. Okay, well no, it wasn't like a human nose. It just had like a, I don't know, like a regular Not flat-faced dog nose. Like a beagle nose or something. What causes dry skin? Towels, my man. Wow, that's really something. Can I not get to last resort without the taxi service? What should he do if you meet a giant? I don't know, Papa. What should you do if you meet a giant? Squidward knows! Oh my goodness, like the elephant seals? That'd be kind of awesome. That's surreal. Although, I don't know, maybe giants aren't mean. Oh. What? I don't know what just crashed. A little bumpy, but not... We ran over someone. Okay. Kinda sad that I couldn't get here on my own. Use big words. Sigh. Oh, there's Kel. Last resort. Endless highway. You can only get there by taxi? That's so silly. Okay, sorry. Oh wait, this is Deep Well Taxi. Hold on, sorry. Sorry, I'll stop. I'll stop messing around. The endless highway's not walkable. Look, I'm walking. Score. No, but there's a sidewalk at least. I feel like that's gotta count for something. I feel like most roads don't have sidewalks.
What do you get if you cross Faust with a bad day? The heck out the way. That girl is 8 foot tall and knows judo.
That is true. Those are both facts about me. I'll stop distracting the foster. Sigh. Sigh. Next time you guys are all going to jail. This is a stroke strode. It's a stroke strode. A stroke strode? So I don't even know what that means. When I see strode, I think like strawberry toad. That'd be kind of awesome. Hey, Amori, there you are. Where have you been, buddy? While you were gone, everyone got tricked into signing contracts. So we all have jobs now. Oh, they're employed. I hope they're making a lot of money. If we're growing up so fast. Wait, so Amori's the one who left? My job is to point people to the last resort. That's where I work. Interesting. The little, like, water noises are so peaceful. Oh my goodness, I didn't even say. When I went on my hike, luckily it didn't happen to the end, but it started raining out of nowhere. I got all wet. Me and my friend were so bamboozled. Free prison tats. Oh. I feel like when you say it like that, it kind of implies the existence of, like, prison tats that you have to pay for. And who is paying for that? There it is. A little rough around the edges, but it's cute. I hope Kel can join my party. But I gotta say, this job thing ain't all it's cut out to be. So why don't we get everyone to quit and get the heck out of here? Hero's been traveling a lot for work lately. But I know for sure that Aubrey's working on the 5th floor of the last resort. We should go find her first. Are we together? Oh my goodness! Kel is such a real one. I think I picked good with my favorite character. He's always there for me. This looks like a job for Aubrey. Aww. Gotta get her ASAP. clam. Oh. Hey, you. Yeah, you with the stoic expression. You look like you want some fresh milk. Fresh from sea cow farms. It's the freshest fresh milk and will surely be refreshing for only 500 clams. Oh my goodness, I love milk. Give me in on this. Rotten milk! Aw, hell nah. It's the freshest. Bro. Heels 10 deuce plus question mark. Man, I paid 500 clams for that? I can't believe I'm getting scammed in a video game. Hey, you. Yes, you there with the stoic expression. I have a very, very unique soda made from the finest of butt peaches. I'm talking about world-renowned butt peach soda. Here's not only 600 clams. Okay, like, I feel like in my heart this is a scam. But like, there's something kind of funny about that. Surely the joke is worth it. You'll love the taste. It's the butts, and I mean that in a good way. Oh. Why is that something Mick would say? Regular peach soda heals 60% of juice. I mean, that is pretty good. Hey, you. Yes, you there with the stoic expression. You want to pose out this very unique and handcrafted cardboard cutout? Oh, I do, but I want to get all my friends first. Okay, but you're gonna regret this once-in-a-lifetime offer. I wanna pose with Hero and Aubrey too, because there's 4 of them. Hey, you there with the stoic expression. Could I interest you in an honest-to-goodness, completely organic bottled water? We're having a liquidation sale. This bottled water could be yours for the low, low price of 500 clams. Yeah, okay. Wonderful! Take this bottled water. It's yours now. I love stimulating the economy. Water in a bottle. Oh, look. And we found 1 clam. I think that kind of makes up for all the clams we spent. Oh, I missed one. Hey, Mari! Look who finally decided to show up. I thought Mari said goodbye and left through a portal. Mari! It's so good to see you again. What is it, Omori? Aren't you happy to see your big sister? Oh. Oh, that's just Omori being Omori. You can't blame him for the way he looks. What? It's a crazy thing to say. Anyway, as I was just saying, working pays the bills, but it's not very exciting. So me and Omori are gonna go get Aubrey and Hero, and then we're gonna find Basil? Oh yeah! Oh my goodness. Already forgetting about Basil, this is cooked. You sure know how to put the economy in economy! Yo! Listen, when you're as rich in clams as I am, being scammed is small beans. You know, it's really no concern. That's what we were going to do. Hehe. Always happy to help. Let me know if you need anything else, okay? Nah, don't worry about it, Mari. The boss loves me. I'll be in and out of last resort real quick. No problem. Okay, if you say so, Kel. Come on, Omori. I can't wait for you to meet the boss. He's awesome. Ooh, some raw seafood. Sounds good. I want to be so rich I let scammers scam me. That's so whimsy. Yeah, that's kind of real. That's the dream. You and your friends feel like new. This is so awesome. Whoa. Gator guy. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Roger that. He must be in a meeting. 1 clam. Sheesh. Green juice. It's not for kids. Yuck. Man, that is one good joke. What a good freaking joke. What lies at the bottom of the ocean and twitches? A nervous wreck. Oh my god. I can't take any more. Excellent. You recorded that joke in your joke book. Man. Speaking of cons, one of my coworkers fell for a con that costed her $500 at work. That's so funny. $500? Oh no. That's not good. I don't think I've ever been scammed out of money. I'm trying to think. I'm sure I've probably been like overcharged for some stuff, but not anything like that. That's the Washington show. Wait, I'm gonna start using that. That's so funny. These are decent dad jokes. Please continue at your own leisure. No! Oh my goodness, the Blingus! Blingus raid! Hi, Splingy! Hi, Raiders! Thank you for the raid! Welcome in, welcome in! My name is Frost, and we're playing Amori. And it was kind of sad news, but it seems like we're just chilling at the bottom of the ocean now, so... Pretty swag. What were you streaming? The humble one viewer raid? No! No, oh my goodness. I love raids of all sizes. I go... This is so awesome. I am so full of happiness. But do please tell me what you were playing. Resident Evil 2. Oh, is that the Leon Kennedy game or no? I don't really remember. But that's kind of awesome. I hope you had such a great time. And I hope you take such good care of yourself after stream. Getting prepped for the new one coming out next week? Oh, I didn't even know there was a new one coming out. Isn't there like 8 of them? I didn't know they're still making them. That's pretty cool. That's 4? Oh. I'm replaying the games with Leon in it since he'll be in the new one. He's in 2, 4, and 6. Oh! Is he the protagonist in all? Or is he just like in all of them? I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know what the plot of those games are. But I think he is very pretty. I think Ada Wong is also really pretty. Those are the only characters I know. Womp womp womp. Plus loves all kinds of raids. Twitch raids, Viking raids, Raid Bucks raid, Raid Shadow Legends, all of it. Oh wow. Yeah. I don't think I've ever thought about Raid Shadow Legends before. But you know, I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll agree with these claims. Sometimes I get little emails from Stream Elements that's like, oh my goodness, you could do these sponsored streams, and they're like a bunch of mobile apps. And it's like, man, would it be like a little bit funny? Would it be like 1% funny if I took one of those sponsorships? Like, could you imagine if I played Raid Shadow Legends? Like, what if I got $5 for it? He's one of many pro tags. There's Leon, Chris Redfield, the GOAT, and Jill Valentine, just to name a few. Yo! I hope the new one's really good. I hope you have a great time playing it when it comes out. Just trying to help you get that back. Thank you. Thank you. I need all the help I can get. Sending SWAT raid right now. Oh, haha. Mm, Well, that sure is something. Um, I'll definitely consider that one. Sponsor streams are a joke. They don't worth it at all. For every 10 gifted subs during you playing our mobile game, we will give you 1 extra. So much money. I guess if you're like having a fun time playing it, then it wouldn't be that bad. But I will admit, a lot of the options, like I looked through them before, and they do feel to be a certain quality that is maybe lacking in the awesome department. Hero conscious. Oh my goodness. Hello, Hero. Oh my goodness. Good morning. Good morning. I hope you had a good sleep. I hope your consciousness is going so well. We're at the bottom of the ocean, foe, today. Hey, you. Yes, you there with the stoic expression. You look like you love danger. Oh my goodness. How did you know? I got some good quality dynamite just to be used for the low price of 1,500 clams. I think they low-key have dynamite already. Let me see. Is it a toy? Yeah, I already have a dynamite. The other stuff was funny to buy because I didn't have it yet. My goodness, I have so much stuff in my pocket. If you want any good sponsor deal, you're gonna have to do the work yourself. The stuff Twitch offers is buns. Oh, what? I didn't even know that. I just never looked into it too seriously because the games didn't seem to really be my style. Sing Under the Sea? Oh my goodness, I don't even know how it goes. Like I can hear the rhythm, but I can't hear the words. It's the best I got. Take it or leave it. Under the sea. Oh, my Splingus, maybe you should sing it. Where's my Splingus karaoke? Hey, you kids here on vacation, or are you one of the staff? With all this construction going on, they can at least invest in some uniforms. My goodness, sorry little guy. Yo, this guy looks swanky. Look at this eyebrow emoji. Ah, nice to finally take a break. Are you from the city too? You look like a couple of city kids. The food is good, but the sewage is horrible. Am I right? Yo! Here's one bit. Keep up the good work, kid. Oh my god. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you so much. I love getting bits. This is so awesome. Yesterday's stream kind of makes me want to play Terraria again. Yeah! Oh my goodness, you should. Terraria is so fun, and they updated it. They updated it. The NPCs have little like profile icon thingies now. It's pretty cool. X Blinkus karaoke stream upcoming. Oh. I think I would have to be given a very large amount of money to do a karaoke stream. That is something that I maybe am a little bit nervous about. Oh wait, no, don't don't make a frowny face. 2 bits. I think I could be convinced to sing like a single song. But I feel like a karaoke stream, you have to probably have the endurance to do like a lot of them. I don't know. It sounds kind of scary. kind of gets boring alone after a while, so I might have to dig through my friends list to see if anyone still plays that. I'm sure they would. Did you guys know that Terraria is the 7th most purchased game in the whole world? I think number 1 is Minecraft. I don't remember the other order. But Terraria's number 7! Good job, Terraria! Yippee yippee! Good job, everyone. I have Terraria but never got to playing it. Really? I think it's so fun. I think it's so fun. I quite like Terraria. I've never beat it. I hope me and Icy and Zora can beat it. I remember seeing clips of VTubers doing that, and I thought it looked hashtag funny. Imagine singing tequila. Oh my goodness. I feel like your rod's gonna get muted. Maybe, perhaps, if you're doing tequila. I think you should go for it. I think that would be hashtag funny. Good thing you're going to the gym then. Oh, that's my secret. I don't do any cardio. The endurance isn't there yet, Chiefs. I don't like cardio. Terraria, after casually dropping their 67th consecutive final patch. Yeah, I don't know. I'm really surprised that they're still doing stuff for it instead of like making a new project. But, you know, good for them. I hope they're having a good time. Always get muted, it's fine. Oh. Womp, womp, womp. Literally everybody I used to play with has their account deleted. Oh. Oh, I am. I am. The wolf fox. Oh my goodness, so cute. Swole fox, but minus the cardio part. And ew. Who needs stamina endurance anyway? Not me. I just wanna be toned. Celine is gonna rebrand as a mime. That'd be kind of awesome. I don't know how a mime VTuber would work, but I think that would be quite funny. 1 clam! It's our lucky day. Hey, no splashing in the pool. Okay? I feel like I've seen Charlene before. I remember that goofy name. Caw! Aw, Shin. Caw. Pool is haunted. I wanna go in a haunted pool. You're pretty sure this pool is haunted. Do you wanna go in? Yeah! Are we branded as a copyright strike enthusiast? Oh. We're speedrunning the ban, huh? Wait, am I dead? I don't think I saved. Huh? Ghost party? Wait, this is so cute! Oh, I should have gone in that hole. Maybe that hole would have been something fun like this. Oh well. A pitcher plant. Oh man. Haunting is so awesome. My goodness, what impeccable timing. I seem to have found myself in quite the predicament. I've sent letters to a number of acquaintances asking them to attend this elegant feast of mine. But as of this moment, not a single invitee has made an appearance. Not one. This is preposterous. A lesser ghost would be enraged, but my finer senses tell me that they may have simply become lost on the way here. You see, when I sent out my invitations, I'd forgotten to include directions to the venue. Being a true gentleman and host, I refuse to start this party until all of my guests have arrived. Would you be so kind as to help my guests find their way here? Thank you, good sir. Here are some maps with directions to my party, stamped with my own personal top hat seal of approval. 6! My goodness. Please deliver these maps to each of my guests. They will find their way here on their own shortly. Man, I don't know if I've even seen a single ghost. This game is significantly longer than I thought it would be. Yeah, me too. I I don't know. They put so much into it. I thought there's a 4-hour long game tops. I thought it would be more akin to like Undertale. It seems to be a little longer, but I guess it depends on how much you're fighting in Undertale. I'd argue that this part of Omari is one of its strongest and weakest, but talking about it would be spoilers. Ooh. I'm interested to see what you're talking about. Strongest and weakest is interesting. Okay, let me look into this hole since I didn't look into the other one. Oh. Wonderful. Hopefully that's what the other hole was. Hopefully I didn't miss anything cutesy. Oh. 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 What? Some raw seafood. I don't want to eat from a party that's not mine. Tofu! I just want to know what these are. Soup? Extra large portion of junk food. Questionable gelatin. Lots of O's. Is that like a ghost reference? Because they're like, ooh. Ghost party! I am Josh of many talents and master of many trades. How can I help you today? I like buying. What? I thought I selected buy. Here. 25 to 35 hours first playthrough? Unironically, the fact makes me want to not even start this game. Too long! Oh. I understand. I understand. I quite like long games. As long as it's interesting the whole time. I would say, like, Pokemon. I feel like Pokemon is kind of like longer games, but it's like kind of the same thing over and over. So I kind of feel you, like I lose patience in a game like Pokemon. But this one, it doesn't bother me because it feels like a really nice fleshed out story. Shaved ice? Very long hero sandwich? Man, this party is awesome. What? What? The pinata guy. Whee! Kind of awesome. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh. Aw. Wait, I messed up his swag. Darn it. Okay, anyways. Let's get out of here. And... I'm trying to remember if I've seen any ghosts. Surely they will just come to me. I'm humbly not an RPG maker enjoyer. You know, I think that's fine. It's not for everyone. Yes, yes. Hello, valued customer. Welcome to my shop. Please buy something. Rotten milk is 2 clams, and I spent $400 on it. I'll take a fish taco, though. Because 82 saw friends. Bribes a friend that is toast. I'll take a melon smoothie. Oh, sorry, I didn't. I was turning the music off. The only turn-based games that have actually got my attention is the Persona franchise. I also played this as a kid, so that's mostly why. Ooh, I want to play Persona. I have access to Persona 5, but I feel like that one's really, really long as well. I'm a bit scared. A bit scared of commitment like that. Maybe one day. Oh my god! Alright, pal. You're not making it past me this time. Oh my god, I'm getting bounced by the bouncer, I think. RPG games always depend on the first 2 to 3 hours of your playthrough. If you like it, you'll continue. If you don't, you'll either drop it or pick it up another time. Forget about it. That makes sense. That makes sense. I think in general, I'm not the biggest fan of RPG games, but... Or sorry, not RPG. I like turn-based RPGs, I guess. But it depends. Persona 5 is like a 100 plus hour game. Well... a few people told me to stream it. And that would make it like a 200 plus hour game. I think I would have to explode if I did that. But the characters look really nice. Nose goes. Wait, how come some of the getters are getting me, but like these ones are chill? 80 hours of Persona 5 to decide I didn't like it? Oh my goodness. That's crazy. How do you not know after 80 hours? I dropped that game. Put another 80 in, then decide if you want to romance a different character. Is Persona like a choices matter game? Oh my god. Has anybody played Persona more than once? That sounds crazy. Yeah? Persona's heavy on choices matter? Sheesh! I love choices matter games, but I couldn't even imagine trying to get different routes. You played through Persona 5 like 3 times! And it's a 100-hour game? Aw, hell nah. That's crazy. Nah, you serious? Not again. Don't worry about it. That won't be a problem. Yeah. I don't know what they're talking about. Uh-huh. Yeah. Right. Who? You got it. You little troublemaker. What are you up to now? Man, I'm not even making trouble. I don't think. Go. You dead yet? Gator guy gets rough. Oh no. Oh no. Kel is playing what? Why is Kel playing slots? Is this the casino? Oh. I understand why they don't want kids here. That does make sense. Once during OT release, once when they released the Royal version, which had a huge expansion to the game, and final time on PC release. Royal version. What is Royal version? Wait, hold on. Hanana, may see. That's still under my Steam library. What does Royal do? Is it like DLC content? I got 80 hours in, tricking myself into thinking the next one would be fun. Oh, I'm sorry it wasn't fun for you. I don't know, I really like the soundtrack. And I think the characters look nice. I don't know, it is something I want to play, but I don't think I could ever play a really long game not on stream, and I don't know if that would be a good stream game. Oh my god, Kel! You're losing clams! Really, it's just a turbo version? You have a lot of games in your list. If so, do you Persona? I do have a lot of games in my list. Maybe Persona is like a next tier problem. But I have to play Danganronpa 3 and Ace Attorney and hold on. I have other stuff somewhere. BioShock Infinite. I don't know who recommended Cultist Simulator, but that is in my stream list. I didn't write any notes about it. But that's on there. Got Disco Elysium. Got Dispatch. Final Fantasy X. Moonlighter. Make Good Choices. That's like a little tiny game though. Um, Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Trilogy, Portal, Portal 2, Sea of Stars. I also don't know where this one came from. But it's in my list. Um, Stacklands, Subnautica, I Valheim question mark? I'm gonna be so honest, whenever people suggest games and they're like in my Steam family library, I'll just put them on my like to stream shelf, but then I won't write any notes about it, so I don't remember who recommended it or like why it was recommended or when it was recommended. But that's what I got for today. Can never stream Persona Def an off-stream game. I think the only off-stream games I could play are like with friends. Like I sincerely do not play any solo games off-stream. Maybe Infinity Nikki sometimes, or like gotcha games. That's about it. FFX? Wait, FFX? Great game? Love Bioshock? My beloved? Oh my goodness. I'm glad you guys like these games. Persona's up there with Yakuza as a stream killer game. Wait, what does that mean? Like nobody shows up to your stream? Maybe it's a game that like I would start. You could play like 8 hours of it. Well, Ultra Kill? I would be down to play Ultra Kill, but it's not. Hold on. I don't think it's in my Steam family library. Ultra Kill. Oh, it is in my Steam family library. I'm not really sure what kind of game this is. I heard people talk about it. Is that a good game? Come on, dude, stream the 16 games. 16 games? Would you be interested in such a game? I don't really know what kind of game it is. Is it a shooter game? I will say I'm not the biggest fan of shooter games. I only played BioShock because it was recommended. And it wasn't really my favorite. But I still want to play Infinite. Rah! Oh my goodness, hi May, good morning! As a Steam friend of yours, X Cinnamon Fox X, I've seen you playing Warframe off stream, dude. Yeah, but that's with friends. I'm not saying I don't play games off stream. I'm saying I don't play like story games or like games by myself really off stream. You know? Gubble stream when? What is Gubble? When is the Peggle stream? I've already streamed Peggle once. It is pretty awesome though. I like Peggle. Ultra Kill is a boomer shooter. BioShock Infinite, sad face. What is a boomer shooter? I've heard of looter shooter. I have not heard of boomer. Like it's for old people. Oh, it's so awesome. What is Azu praise, Ozo? Are you saying? Like BioShock is twin approved? Or are you saying Ultra Kill? Never heard of Gubble? I've never heard of Gubble. Hold on, let me look at Gubble. Sorry, this is cropped to be optimized for Omori. Let's see what Gubble's up to. Okay. It's a 3D action puzzle game featuring Gubble D. Gleep as he escapes each level by removing all the screws, nuts, and bolts. This looks like... This was released in 2020? This looks like you have, like, a DVD and you put it in, like, your family's computer. Like, this looks like it's 20 years old. Wow. Thanks, Carrot. That's awesome. Chico, yes. Oh, okay. I mean, since I wouldn't have to pay for it, I would definitely try it. But I don't know, you guys. I'm not the best at shooters. Oh, I also want to play Fallout 4. I don't know why I didn't put that in my Steam wishlist, but that's something I also want to play. I think this story is interesting. Boomer Shooter is a style of game. It's in the style of old FPF games like Doom 1993. So yes, old people game. I see. I've never played Doom. Do my girls win? It's not my type of game, but you know, I heard Ozzy would play that if you ask nicely. Like a Bitcoin miner. The graphics do have quite a distinctive quality, don't they? If you ever Gubble, I swear to the Lord, you will not be seeing the light. This is a warning to everybody. Listen, it's all yours. Nobody's gonna take Gubble from you. I don't know, if I'm playing a puzzle game, maybe I would rather play Baba Is You or something. Or maybe the cool math games, puzzle games. Ozzy also convinced me to play Bioshock Infinite, and I regretted that more than any other choice I've ever made in my life. Really? I bought Bioshock when it was on sale. It was like a bundle. So it came with Infinite. So like I'm gonna play it and get my money's worth. But I have heard some people really like it and some people really hate it. And Ozzy said it's just like a different type of game. I don't know. I'm interested to see how it will be. Zuma underscore type game. Yeah, that's kind of real. Playing Gubble right now? Are you winning? Are you doing good? We hope you are enjoying yourselves at the last resort. Please let us know if you need anything. I like that this fellow looks like a goat. Sean and Ren? Is this a casino? Can I gamble here? Gah, gotta get myself into this dump. Just one thing after another this week. Oh, I'm sorry, Amelia. Oh my god, stop. I'm not trying to talk to you that much. My goodness, thank you for hydrate, stretch, and hydrate. Sheesh. Gubble definitely looks like a cereal box game. One time I got a DVD from a Wendy's, like, kids meal. And it was, it was called, like, Dogs with a Z. And it was, like, I don't know. It was like a little puppy sitting game. Gubble isn't so great. Oh, I was just playing with fire, huh? Kind of bold of you. The only part of Infinite I liked is the DLC, but liked is a strong word. Bioshock Infinite is horrible. It was successful, it also killed the entire franchise? Is it really that bad? Huh, I'll have to let you know what I think. I don't know. Like I said, I wasn't like the biggest fan of Bioshock 1 and 2. Like the game, like the combat was like kind of interesting, but it's just not really my type of game. And also the fact that the story was just, you had to listen to voice recordings. Oh my gosh, I was so bored. I felt like I was disassociating every time they were yapping at me. I would much rather be like shown the story. So all in all, it just was not my cup of tea. So Bioshock Infinite is like a bit different. Then I don't know, maybe I'll like it more. I'll see. I'll have to see. How's my favorite little fox doing? Oh my goodness, I'm doing good! Oh my goodness. I went on a hike this morning, and now I'm chilling. Now I'm chilling on the bottom of the ocean with some fish in a casino. So it's pretty awesome. Where did Upside Down go? Oh, never mind, ignore me. Oh my goodness, I only take Upside Down away for collabs. I didn't even take it away yesterday. Don't worry, it's still there. Bioshock is fun? I don't know. I feel like they probably did a good job writing a story. Like, I feel like the little sisters as a concept and like the big daddies were interesting. I just really cannot be listening to a bunch of voice recorders to be getting most of the lore. And then just like shooting is like, womp. I don't know. It's not like the worst game that I ever played, but it definitely wasn't really my favorite. But I'm glad I tried something new. I like trying new things. Has a new place. Oh my goodness, mate, it's so good. My balcony is bigger now, and so whenever it's warm enough, I'm gonna put some plants out there, and I'm so excited. I'm so excited to have some plants. I quite like it. I'm really living it up. I hope you're doing good. How's your job going, Miss May? I know you said it was like your first day, like doing it on your own recently. Did that go pretty well? I'm really proud of you. I wish it was better. Wait. I feel like Bioshock Infinite's gameplay had more potential as a dedicated multiplayer game. I wish it was better. Man, you guys are making me want to try it. You guys are saying so much about it. I'm like, man, I gotta know what you're talking about. That stunk. It's annoying when online. Everyone glazes the Bioshock story, but it stinks unless you stare blankly at notes and voice logs. I disagree with you on the gameplay, though. I like the feel of those games. That's fair. I definitely respect that, like, a lot of people enjoy it. And I'm not saying it's, like, necessarily objectively bad. It's just, like, not my preferred style of playing games. And I think the plasmids are fun, but I just don't guns that much. Audio log-based narratives is my nemesis. Yeah, I also played Bendy and the Ink Machine, and I think that one was also quite guilty of that. I really feel like I cannot pay attention when I'm listening to the story being told to me. You're gonna hate Fallout 4 if you don't like reading notes and listening to audio logs. Wait, really? I feel like I started Fallout 4 a few years ago. Like, before I was a streamer. I played it on my PS4, and I got stuck because I didn't know where to go. But I really liked the beginning. I thought it was good at, like, showing what was going on, like, with your son being snatched and all. I don't know. I thought maybe that would be a more interesting, more compelling story, like Skyrim style. I don't know what you call that. I really love Skyrim though. I thought it'd be similar. Oh, it's just so energetic. You can see it right there. Yo! Bro, don't put my chair on an axis if you don't want me to spin in it. If you look up divisive in the dictionary, you get a picture of Bioshock Infinite. I almost want to like look at the reviews, but I don't want to get spoiled. Maybe I'll look at the reviews after I play it. Getting so tempted to play Infinite again because it's been so long and I don't know why people don't like it. I can't say that I know why people don't like it either. But, you know, I never played it. I don't know. Azu... I think Bioshock is, like, Azu's favorite game of all time. And when I asked him about it, he said people don't like it because it's not super similar to the first two games. So if you go into it expecting it to be, like, a Bioshock game, you're gonna be disappointed. And I think that makes sense. Big reason why I don't like Bio Infinite is because the ending is so meh. But other than that, I love the game. Ah. You're a Bioshock Infinite enjoyer? I feel like it's... maybe not 50-50, but I feel like it's like 40-60. I feel like every time I bring it up, people there's a lot of people who are very vocally like, oh man, I'm disappointed in that game. I don't like that game. And then 40% of people are like, "Well, I kind of liked it." But yeah, very, very divisive. Fallout 4 is as wide as an ocean, but as deep as a puddle. Sorry, I've never heard that before. It's okay, the older games are better. Massive pain to even play, so I can't recommend them. Oh, I see. I see. I don't know. I like the concept, I think. I low-key already know the twist to that game. It's okay. I really want to play it. Cause like I said, I tried to play it a lot of years ago. Like when I was in high school maybe. And I got like stuck. And so I just like for my personal like I don't know what you call it. Not closure. That sounds too dramatic. But just sort of like personal reasons. I wanna like prove to myself that I can actually do it and not get stuck. I've grown as a gamer. You've 100% it multiple times, but the ending is The ending wasn't as satisfying as I was hoping for. Did you guys like the ending to the first and second one? I think the ending for BioShock 1 was really interesting, but I don't know. The rest of the story I wasn't really invested in. I only really was like, whoa, at the very beginning and the very end. I believe the story of Infinite is pretentious and the gameplay terrifyingly bad. Oh. Lucky couldn't get into any Fallout games other than 3. Really? I feel like when people talk about Fallout, they talk about New Vegas and they talk about 4. So I just assumed those were the good ones, but the only one I ever attempted was 4, and then I got stuck. I got stuck before I even like met the Minutemen. But it's okay. That was like one of the first games I tried playing. It just didn't go that well. One I loved, 2 I never finished. Oh. You played Infinite without even finishing the second one? BioShock 2 is my fave. Big chill, big mode. Yeah, I like the gameplay of 2 more. Well, I think I like the story of 2 more as well. I think I did prefer the second one, maybe. But the ending didn't seem as... It didn't like pack as much of a punch, but I think overall I liked 2 better. 2 was my first and favorite. Only ever play it on hard mode. Oh, I played it on baby mode. One I did enjoy, but I found 2 better. Same as I actually joined the story for 2 a lot as well. That makes sense. I do feel like the story for 2 was more cohesive. Not that the story in the first one was like not super cohesive, but it just didn't feel as, I don't know, like the reveal was cool, but getting up to that point was kind of like, meh, I don't really care about any of these people. Got bored halfway through 2 and was looking forward to Infinite, so I just skipped ahead. Oh, that's something I would do. You're valid for that. BioShock 2 doesn't require any staring at notes to understand what is going on. I do think that's pretty important. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think I remember BioShock that fondly overall. If I was gonna replay any of them, at least Infinite isn't mostly in the dark. Ooh. Yeah, I guess I don't remember them being particularly dark. No, I'm trying to think. Kind of a blur. I do feel like a lot of people who really like BioShock. Listen, no tea, no shade, but I think a lot of people who like really are into BioShock are nostalgic for it. Like, I'm sure if you played BioShock around when it came out, it was probably a really good game. But I think for me, playing them like a lot of years after they came out, and I played more recent games since then, I personally feel like they don't hold up as well. Like, they just feel quite old. And there's nothing wrong with being nostalgic for games, but that's just I feel like that's true. I don't know. Like I feel like I played Skyrim like kind of semi recently, and I feel like that one kind of holds up. Like the graphics look old, but like as a game, it doesn't feel quite as clunky. And I feel like BioShock feels really clunky to me. That's just my opinion though. Like BioShock 2 best, but I don't intend on playing it ever again. Wait, why? That's really funny. Like, yeah, I like this game. Never gonna touch it though. Haven't played them since Infinite came out. Most of the games I really like because of nostalgia. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think that's totally fair. Skyrim holds up. I like that one so much. I like that one so much. I never beat it because I always get so into the side quests, but I like that one a lot. You never played an Elder Scrolls game? Oh, that's kind of surprising. I see. I feel like that would be your cup of tea. These days, I have way too many pet peeves. So most games get annoying. Oh, what's your favorite? What's your favorite game? Sorry, poor James. I love watching my hard-earned money go into the machine and never come out. Just watching it all disappear. Wait, that's kind of awesome. Yo, I can gamble? Bet up to 3 lines, spin, spin, spin. Oh, I do not understand how slot machines like that work. I never get the line ones. I like it when it's just one line and there's like 3 of them. I guess this is like the equivalent of playing 3 at the same time. Bet 100. Is that just for min-maxing? I tried playing Oblivion yesterday. How was it? I know you said your brother your brother came and played it for you. How was it? I remember watching some streamers playing it when it got remastered, and it looked really, really fun. But Elder Scrolls is the only one I tried. In my type of games, would I never own them properly? Aww. Meow, 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 meow. I hope you get to try them someday. Hey, Sean, thank you for the hydrate. I barely got to play. That's so sad. Pika. That's tough. Borderlands 2, I guess. Ooh. That is one of my friend's favorite games. That was one of the first games I streamed before I was even a VTuber. And I dropped it. I like the art style a lot. But, I don't know. I'm just not a shooty game kind of fella. If a game has like more than 3 types of guns, I think maybe I get bored. I love Borderlands series. I think also another part of it was, you know, is when I was like a really baby streamer. So I didn't like... I had this mindset that once I started playing a game, I couldn't play anything else until that game was done. So I think I did just get really burnt out on it. Because I played Borderlands, it'd be like 5 streams in a row, and I'd be like, I'm so tired of this, Grandpa. It wasn't horrible, just got burnt out. Tried to replay Borderlands 2 recently, but had to mute the voice lines because I'm getting so annoyed. Oh. That's valid. You wasted some clams. That's too bad. Do you want to play again? So you have to get 3 in a row? Not just 3 on the same line? That seems like Thinky Moody games. It's true. It's true. I do think I prefer... I prefer games with like a kind of dark undertone maybe. And then also card games and strategy games. Shooters are maybe perhaps my least favorite. Oh, man. Surely if I do this enough times, I'll get really lucky. Oh, man. Man, this game sucks. Is times 100 like the top one is luckier? Clams wasted. Shush. Shush. It's fine. Surely I will get 5 glorps in a row. Man. I like games that go boom, boom, blow, kaboom. I don't know. I think we're diametrically opposed. Thought you liked gambling? Gamble away? I don't know. This kind of gambling is kind of boring. I want to win though. Oh man. My clams. I think I prefer card gambling. Nubby's Number Factory win? What is Nubby's Number Factory? Is that like a children's game? Whoa, amazing luck! What? Wait, so did that give me 300? Is that like net zero? How many claims did I start with? Gambio. Big boom games and scary games that send me into deep depression style. Those are my holy duo. Oh, not me. Not me at all. I like games that like make me feel forbidden emotions, but not necessarily scary. Or well, I guess they can be scary, but in like like a paper lily way. Sigh. Silent Hill 2, obviously. That game makes me for real cry if I dwell on it too much. Yeah. I think I prefer games that like maybe don't look like they're horror games, but then they're like depressing and people die. I think that's my jam. Hypothetically speaking, if I get 3 words of blurb, you'll get 1 million clams. Only a 0.002% chance. Yeah, check this out. 20. Wait, was that even... Look at this fat stacks. I wish it said how much you, like, just won. Is this saying it's 5 times 20? Is that even good? I don't know. You went from 5k to 15k? How did I go to 15k if it was... How does this... If it's 20, how does it equal 10,000? Takes you 300 clams, times it by 20, then times by 100? Got 3 Gorpies? Oh, I got 3 Gorpies, I see. I don't think I... So when you bet, you get what your bet was times that amount? Oh my god, bread! You got 3k, now you got 15k? Yo! Oh my god. This is just like the little guy with the diamonds. You just gotta be persistent and eventually you'll get Glorpies. Me with Life is Strange too. What a great game, but holy, that one affected me a fair bit. I'm trying to think of a game that affected me a whole lot. I don't know if this is like embarrassing to say, but like Loki Doki Doki Literature Club made me feel forbidden emotions. I didn't expect that one. I'm trying to think of a recent one I played. At Home Alone was like sad, but I don't think I stayed up at night thinking about it. But DDLC, I was like, oh my god. Like that one affected my brain chemistry. That was a great game. Yeah, I didn't finish it. That's another game I played in high school, but then I was playing it at 2 a.m. and I got freaked out and I uninstalled it. Getting the full letter from Silent Hill 2 is an instant crisis. I hate the way the game makes me feel. 10 out of 10, no notes. Will replay soon. That's kind of awesome. I've never played a Silent Hill game. I didn't know they were sad. I thought they were just scary. That's kind of nice. Yo! It is awesome. I'm so good at gambling. I'm sick of slots. There's not much else to do around here. I should just go back to the city. Oh wait, are these all the same? Oh, they are the same. Oh my goodness, excuse me. Ah, nuts, I lost again. I just know this machine is rigged. I bet my left foot on it. This machine is currently in use. Aw. I thought maybe I could take it from him. Ah, darn it. Abandoning your post again? You're in real trouble now. Is that why they're attacking? I thought it was because we were like minors in a casino. Oh, Amori gets happy when he catches the ball? Wait, that's cute. I didn't know that. Look at him. He looks crazy. A little worried about Kel. Surely he will survive. Miss? Sheesh. Yikes, 10 HP? No, it's fine. He surely wouldn't even attack Kel. Oh my god, don't look at that. Look, it's fine. We surely have a snack. Rotten milk. I have jam. I guess I just have the packets. That feels like a bit of a waste, huh? Oh well. If you feel like you can't play the game fast, you should definitely look at— Yo! Kel. Okay, well, maybe it's fine. I feel like you can't play the game. You should definitely look up a little story breakdown video about it. It's weird. I hope one day we get a movie or show that isn't totally horrible based on it. Oh, did they make a show or movie that is horrible? I didn't even know they had something like that. Okay, poor cow. You can have a chicken wing. Oh, yeah. I've got a lot of good stuff. And then Omori can have a peach soda. Yippee! You become toast when you die? Hell yeah. Yeah, pretty cool. Oh my goodness. Excuse me. Oh my goodness, excuse me. Oh. No! Wait. There are 3 Silent Hill movies and none of them are worth watching at all. No. I think the only thing about watching a story breakdown is I feel like it's probably not as impactful if you're like not the one playing it. Like I'm sure it's still an interesting plot, but I feel like you gotta be in there, right? Man. I guess Kel can have a snack in the battle. I have 6 ramen. I guess he can eat one. Go crazy, go stupid, Yummy. My goodness. I felt sick to my stomach playing the game after a certain plot point. Specifically because I was controlling the little guy running around. Oh. So sad. I didn't even know there were those types of games. That's really cool though. I like when media makes you feel things. Okay, you guard. You need to be healthy. Yo! Let me turn this guy into toast. Sheesh. And now you eat the toast. Here you go. Okay. Do you want to learn a fact about sharks and or pickles? If you give me a combo meal, I'll tell you what I know. Do I have a combo meal? I have 3 combo meals. Man, that's a really good item though. I guess it's worth it for the bit. Here you go. Hey, thanks a lot. Would you like to learn about sharks and or pickles? Sharks, please. Great. Here's what I know. Sharks don't have bones. We are actually made from human ears and noses. Wow. Wait, for the pickle fact, do I have to give you another combo meal? I love how Shark Pickle says and or, but and is not an option. Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit scammed. A shelf full of various types of fruit juice. I wanted both. I gave up my banging item just to learn about a shark. Not even shark and pickle. Hot dogs. Get your hot dogs here. You want a hot dog? It'll only cost you 100 clams. Come on, they're yummy. I wasn't going to, but since he said they're yummy, I guess I will. I keep wanting to equip instead of looking at my items. What does a hot dog do? Mush? need to be eaten. Makes a friend slightly stronger. Oh. I should use that on Aubrey. I need Aubrey. Yo, where is my... Oh. Did I pass it? Oh, a hot dog. Better than a cold dog. Heals 100 hearts. Yeah, I think that's worth it. Oh. I don't need another one, though. OMG, hot dogs! You guys like hot dogs? I don't know. I got a pack of turkey dogs a long time ago. Because I was like, oh, I haven't had a hot dog in a while. And I feel like, you know, maybe that might be nice. And I ate one. And then the other, like, 3 in the package just stayed in my freezer for, like, months until I threw them away because they were freezer burned. I think I like the concept of a hot dog. But then I eat one and it's like, oh, yeah, this is just okay. May I purchase a hot dog from you? Oh, of course. I need to obtain one first. But then you, once I have one, then you can purchase one from me. Just got confirmation they are coming, so I'll be leaving on time today. I'll make a chip sandwich before I depart. My goodness. So much sandwich content. This is so awesome. I like ballpark and gas station hot dogs. I think my mama gets the ballpark ones. If that's a brand. If that's what you mean. I don't think I've ever... Maybe when I was younger I had gas station hot dogs. The ones that are like on the little rollers. That's kind of fun. A fireplace. The fire is wet. Says he, has anyone here been to Wawa? No. I think we're supposed to get a Wawa near me sometime. But I've never seen one before. I used to really like Quick Trip. There used to be a Quick Trip by my house, and that was my favorite gas station ever! And then I moved away. Love hot dogs, especially cheap street vendor hot dogs in New York. When I went to New York, I thought I would see a lot of vendor hot dogs, but I didn't really see that many. I think the only hot dogs I saw were like, there'd be these like trucks that just had like everything you could think of, just a bunch of random stuff. But I didn't see any hot dog specific ones. I'm aiming for those big ones today. Ah, yeah, thinking positive. Have you guys ever been to Buc-ee's? I think they're only in certain regions of the United States. I've never been, but my friend swears by it. She'll drive like hours out of the way to go to Buc-ee's. And I think that's kind of cute. But I haven't been. I always seem to find myself in precarious situations. I wonder if this counts. Sitting on a chair? I guess that counts. Vending machine. Buy a tasty soda? Yeah, okay. I love purchasing... I've not been to Buc-ee's, no. Buc-ee's is good? Buc-ee's is good. I grew up in Texas and had one right next to where I lived. Yo. Is their food good? I don't know. The way my friend talks about it, it sounds like a theme park. She's like, yeah, there's like a little mascot and they have like a whole entire section of like merchandise so you can get like shirts and swimsuits and like car accessories, and they have like all this food and candy, and I was like, whoa, it's crazy. That sounds so magical for a gas station. The Oracle of Delphi speaks truth? Wait, I missed it. About the hot dog thing? I don't even know what Delphi said. 5 minutes away from my house. I'd go there and get a brisket sandwich all the time. Yo! Brisket sandwich? That sounds fancy. There's Bucky's Simmy's across Lake Michigan. I've never gotten near one. Are they more of like a southern Midwestern thing? I don't know. I don't really know where they are. There's not one super near me. But like near enough to where if you're going on a road trip you could like, stop on the way, I guess. I traveled all the way here from the city for this. I need a vacation for my vacation. I like this SpongeBob-esque window. I guess that's just what ship windows look like, huh? They're slowly spreading across the US. Started in the south, though. Oh. It makes it sound like it's like a disease. They're spreading. The little beaver's gonna get you. I miss hot dogs. I can only eat plant-based hot dogs. Oh. Yeah. I've only had one veggie dog, and it wasn't horrible, but it was just okay. But usually I get turkey dogs, and they're not that good. Amori. This is probably not a good time, but I really, really have to go to the bathroom. As I always say, when you gotta go, you gotta go. The bathroom? Okay. Well, I see it's down there, but we're gonna get got for real. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, buddy. Hold on, Amori. This'll just take a minute. I used to live only like 30 minutes away from the first Buc-ee's. So it's been kind of cool watching my local joint get so big since I was a kid. Yo, really? That's so cool. Are they a Texas thing? I know there's a lot in Texas. I haven't really looked at a map of where they are. Can't stay long either. Good night, nerds. Take care. Oh my goodness. Good night, Osa. I hope you sleep so well. Good night, good night, good night, good night. Ah, much better. You notice Kel didn't wash his hand. Bro! Wash your hands. You make Kel wash his hands. Thank goodness that's an option. They originated from the Texas realm. Yippers. I've never been to Texas. 4 keys left. Why is it written in that funky font? What's the... Okay. Oh. Well, I think this is welcome to blank space. Welcome to blank space. Feeling welcomed for today. Oh. His hair blends in with the shadows. Man, I don't like going in holes. A videotape labeled Amori. Do you want to pick it up? Okay. Wait, what was the other one? Darn it. What if left wasn't the move? That time for me to leave, so I dropped my care package and wish you a very good stream and evening. Good evening, Carrot. I hope you have such a good time. Thank you for the care package. He does not seem to be having a good time playing this piano. Huh. Normal, I guess. My headphones died and my computer doesn't have speakers. What is going on? Wait, Shrimp, are you getting no audio whatsoever? Hey there, good looking. Yo, is he saying that to the mirror? That's kind of awesome. The kind of affirmations I need. Fruit juice. Not for kids. Grain juice, not for kids. I am Josh of many talents and master of many trades. How can I help you today? Wait, normal milk is 200? I need milk. I love milk. Surely I can just gamble. So I make my money back. Yaho! Another win for me. Today's my lucky day. Take these clams. I don't need them. I'm rich. I'm rich and so are you. Ah! Thank you. Retail shrimp is retail bound. Time to buy new headphones. Oh my goodness. I would recommend Corsair headphones. Not that I've tried that many headphones. I've only tried Razer and Corsair. And Razer, kind of booty cheeks. Corsair, kind of awesome. Sorry, I can't serve fruit juice to minors. I miss my sisters back at the mustard sub. Mustard sub. Mustard, yuck. Hi, I'm new here. The work's whatever, but I love the staff. Silker is always cracking jokes. He's such a funny guy. Are you Silker? No, this is Hoffy. Gotta take a break from the slots. My arms are starting to cramp up real bad. That is crazy business. Looks down at my entire Razer setup. I'm not saying that Razer is a bad company. I really, really like my Razer mouse and my Razer keyboard and my Razer headphone stand. But I used to also have Razer headphones and the wire, whatever material the cable was made out of, was so bad. Mustard! Are you saying you really are excited and you like mustard? Or are you you really hate mustard? This will affect my opinion of you. Bro told me to wait here, but I don't know if he's coming back anytime soon. You know anyone named Mr. Jossum? Bro says he's got some business with him. Jossum? Are you Jossum? No, you're Goo Man. Hey, you! Yes, you there with the stoic expression. Could I interest you in honest to goodness, completely organic bottled water? We're having a liquidation sale. 281 clams. I mean, I already bought bottled water from somewhere else. Man, I feel sick. Is this whole place spinning or is it just me? Ah! Wait, Browse is here. Browse is like the little guy from the playground. I feel like there are two other little guys running around with him. Where are your friends? I started working here because they offered me a good salary, but I haven't even gotten my first paycheck. Games for lucky and unlucky people. Wait, I'm lucky. I want to play a game. Let me play blackjack, please. Neither? Oh. You're just screaming mustard. Pretty much everything, but since they're starting to use AI in some of their products, I'm probably gonna replace their stuff with other brands when they die. Oh, that makes sense. I did get an unfortunate ad for a little AI assistant that looked kind of dystopian. And I want to say it was Razer. Womp womp. They still work, just ran out of battery. Oh. Tisk, 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 tisk. You gotta plug those puppies in. Humma humma. If I'm counting this right, then humma humma. Oh, I thought I was talking to the little guy. Spaghetti! What a good name. Ah, I want spaghetti. This guy next to me is up to something fishy, but I can't put my finger on it. My sisters and I own a small cafe on the highway east of here. You should check it out. The food is delicious. I feel like I went across the whole highway and there was nothing like that. Take this, Aya! Oh my goodness! Thank you, Splingus! Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Now you got a little gold fox next to your name. Wow. Pretty deluxe. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. AI assistant. Here's my application. Awesome. Yeah. I don't know. It was a really weird ad. I think it was do you guys ever like do the Discord quest things where they like give you this weird currency called orbs, and then you can buy like little decorations with your orbs, and to get orbs you just have to like watch ads. You guys know what I'm talking about? Anyway, I always do those because I like little I like having cute little animals on my profile. But anyway, one of the ones I watched was it was like an AI assistant, but it was like this little hologram person, and it was funny because the way they were showing it off, it was like, I don't know what the assistant's name was. It was like Becky. It'd be like, I don't know. Like you'd be playing League of Legends, and then Becky would be giving you like pointers. And it's like, what? I don't want to banter with this weird little hologram person. That's what friends are for. Guess you could say I'm gonna be golden. Yuck, 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 yuck. Good one, Splingus. No, green juice not for kids. Don't come over here. You turn down a personal Cortana? Yeah. I don't know. I understand stuff like Siri and Alexa because it's like... like if you're already gonna be Googling something, then like I could understand why you just wanna like ask out loud instead of typing it. But it just felt so weird. I was like the little hologram guy was like, "Oh, you missed your cue." Weird. Weird and strange. Speak for yourself. I want to banter with a hologram. Man, I want like a hologram of my bestie. And then my bestie can tell me that I missed my cue. Boss Foss, what's your name and star sign? Gemini. Gemini, Gemini. Oh my goodness, I'm a Gemini. Shout out to all the little Geminis out there. Okay, I'm gonna leave now. Before I go, I have to say some. I guess he died. Goodbye, Slingus. I hope you have a great rest of your Funky Monkey Friday. Day in, day out, it's all the same. Wait, you're a Silker? Whatever. It's a job, I guess. At least it would be if I ever got paid. Yo, if I went like more than a month without getting paid, like I would just not show up. Did you just... Somebody said Silker was funny. I think. Is that real? Is that you? Oh, Silker's always cracking joke. He's such a funny guy. Oh, I think Silker is like maybe in need of some therapy. Oh, this is a big casino. Today, I accidentally bumped into one of the staff. So she called me a nincompoop and headbutted me across the room. Who knew headbutts could hurt so bad? I sure didn't. Oh my god! Do not look at me. Okay, what are you selling? Why is everybody selling bottled water? I guess it's because they have their liquidation sale. I think I booked the wrong bus. This isn't what this place looked like on the advertisement. Splingus lives? Can you prove it? Can you prove that prove that Splingus is alive right now? Silker knows how to spin a yarn. Tammy. That isn't even, like, your best work. Because who says spin a yarn? Is that even a phrase that people use? You just sound like an old grandma. Boss, what do? Cortana, push bottom lane with your teammate. Don't forget to support them with your Q&E. I'm stupid. Sometimes it's hard to know what your objectives are. League of Legends is not for the faint of heart. That's why I play ARAMs. Kel lost 142 clams. Kel, can you please lock in? Oh, this guy's dead for sure. Kel is playing slots. Oh my god, you lost! This guy's losing so much. Wait, I didn't even turn him into bread. This sucks. At least I got 400 clams for it. Aw, man, I don't want to run into another one. If I run really fast. Whee! Lark! This place is the dumps. Oh, that's awesome. What is this? This joint just ain't cut out like these folks are making it out to be. I want my clams back, you hear? There's so many of the little space guys here. You win some, you lose some. At least that's what one would expect. Not me though. I just lose. All the time. Not me. Check this out, Wooly. It might not be my best trick, but I got a Tammy out of it, so I'm pretty happy. Sigh. Is that a baby Tam? What? A baby Tam? Have you guys ever seen teacup piglets? Like the little tiny pigs that fit in a teacup because they're so small. Oh yeah. You see in this, Wooly? You see in that? Pretty awesome. Next time I decide to take a vacation somewhere random, remind me to check their ratings first. Oh my god, don't come at me, please. Oh, there's totally definitely a real thing. Teacup piglets, yeah? Are they fake? Oh. I guess I never looked into it. I don't know, I just... Why would somebody lie about a little tiny pig? That's kind of messed up. That's kind of messed up. I think anyone who lies about little tiny piglets should go to jail. Mr. Jossum is not gonna be happy to see you again. I thought Kel said that he would be happy to see us. Man, Kel damages so easily. At least he's winning his slots. Okay, this one's stronger when Amori's happy, and he's a static, so that's gotta do a lot. Are you dead yet? Oh my god. Kel is playing slots. And he won! Let's go. You just sit there and look pretty, please. Your attack whiffed! Oh my god. Okay, he didn't even attack Kel, it's fine. Okay, what did we bread slice him? Paris Hilton got a teacup piglet when they first showed up. The piglet is now 7 feet long and she honestly took real good care of him. That's so cute! Oh my goodness. Wait, so they are real? Yeah, I thought... The way you said that, I thought maybe you meant they were like I got like they were photoshopped or something. But what am I gonna do with 24 cubes of tofu? Okay, Amori, you can have a soda. And we need ramen for Kel, I think. Super wiener dog piglet. Okay, well now that one sounds kind of fake. A super wiener dog. A super wiener dog. Ugh. This place is amazing. I'm having the time of my life. Oh? What's the password? No password, no entry. Aw, I want a password. A golden hero sandwich. Oh, I didn't realize these are sandwiches. I thought that was just a decorative choice. Fruit juice. Pool or billiards? Is pool and billiards the same thing? I thought they were different games. Teacup piglets are just piglets that people said wouldn't get bigger. Then whoops, they definitely did. Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. I remember there's talk about forever puppies a while ago too. And I have to imagine forever puppies do not. Like, surely they have to get a bit bigger. Wow, paying for the VIP experience here was the best decision I have ever made. I just came back from an exclusive all-you-can-spend buffet. And I even heard there's gonna be a tofu fundraiser tonight. You can count me in. All-you-can-spend buffet. Oh my god, why are you selling bottled water? I want something different. Okay. But you're gonna regret this once-in-a-lifetime offer. Oh. No, I don't really want to fight you. Man. Wait, can you not go in the VIP? That's so silly. Hi, Shu. I came to bring you a fox in a box. Oh my goodness! I love foxes. How did you know? That's so cute. Thank you. All puppies are forever puppies when love is a factor. Oh, so real, so real. My big old German Shepherd, well, I guess my family's big old German Shepherd, she's still a puppy. She's like 8 years old. And she has the like frosting around her muzzle, but she's still a puppy. She's just a big goober. Forever puppies like full-bred chihuahuas? No, it was just this thing going around. I don't know what breed they like claimed that it was. But it was like, oh my goodness, look at this dog. It never gets bigger than this size. It is so little and cute. It looked like a little golden retriever puppy, I think. Or something similar. And that one, I'm pretty confident that one was a lie. Wait, I already went on that side. A very expensive and controversial art piece. Controversial? This is a fish. Ah, this isn't art. Like that kind of controversial? Isn't this a cool elevator? It smells kind of like perfume and smoke. Ooh. That is not a great combo. Oh, hi, Marty. Hello, you two. Let's see now. So if I got this straight, Aubrey's on the 5th floor. Why isn't this working? It's gonna Oh yeah, I totally forgot. We need a cool key card for this. I took mine away because I kept losing it. I say they're disappearing on their own though. Let's try looking around the other floors for one. There's gotta be a cool key card around here somewhere. Oh man. Don't tell me we have to explore all 5 floors. That's too many floors. The dog can be bigger than you, but if their butt antenna answers to puppy, then they are puppy. Oh, that's so cute. Oh man, I need to have friends with dogs, I think. None of my friends have dogs right now. I don't know. I'm not personally ready for like to have a dog, but I want dogs in my life. I think all my friends need to get dogs. Okay, let's save. Mm. I can save here, I think. Maybe I should swap to kill. And then save so they look distinct. Oh yeah, cutesy. The background's the casino. That's so cute. Okay. How do we explore other floors? Are there stairs? I'm not really seeing a stairs option. Oh, is this stairs? No, that's just a little alcove. Oh my god, look at all these gators coming after me. Maybe the right one is stairs? No, this is still Mari. Always volunteer at your local animal shelter? Whoa! I didn't even think about that. Wait, that would be so nice. And then I could see a lot of puppies. I used to volunteer at animal shelters. I haven't in a while. I don't know why, that just never really crossed my mind. Maybe I'll talk to Mari again. Maybe she'll tell me what to do. My little brother, are you feeling a bit better now? Why don't you enjoy a nice picnic with me? That always seems to cheer you up. Since you asked so nicely. And then I'm gonna take a quick little ad break, I think. Well, I think getting stuck is a good natural point to stop. I'm gonna put my coffee cup in the sink and stretch my legs. And I think you guys should stretch your legs too. Yo! You guys want to watch this freaky fish one? Or would you execute me because it's not Hey Bear? Look, it says calm fish for babies. Surely you guys will like that. If only your own personal Cortana was here. I don't think she can put your cup in the sink. Or stretch your legs for you. Kind of scary. Could you imagine if you're like, oh, I need to stretch my legs? You get like ejected out of your chair. What the? Man, baby content is weird. Okay, let me look. Let me look at a live monkey cam. For Funky Monkey Friday. Oh, I'm getting Jungle School? San Diego Zoo? Monkey business! Okay, please look at these little monkeys. Okay, I'll be back. Surely this is stimulating enough. But Monkey Thursday! Georgie, it's not even Thursday. It's not even Thursday and Butt Monkey's not even here. But please enjoy this monkey. I'll be back. Oh my goodness, sorry. Sorry, I'm so back. I got I got distracted crazy style. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Project Storm. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That's so sweet of you. I hope you I hope you liked watching monkeys. Oh my goodness, hi Project. Hi Alvi. Oh my goodness, thank you, thank you, thank you. How was your stream? You played Mugetics for the first time. It was a blast. I've been seeing a lot about that game. I don't really know what it's about or what you do, but I feel like I've been seeing everyone play it. I'm glad you had a blast. I'm glad it was a good time. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good game. Is it? I don't know. I saw like not clips of it, but I think I just like saw the Steam page of it, and it reminds me of Battle Cats. did you guys did you guys ever play the Battle Cats game? Like the little app? Is it like that at all? Eugenics plus roguelite plus D&D plus cats? D&D? D&D? What? Basically the essence of the game? That's kind of an interesting concept. Battle Cats 2 win? Oh my goodness. I played that game when I was really, really little. I don't think I was very good at it. I just liked the cute art of the cats. Do you even still play that game? Okay, but anyways, hi Raiders. My name is Fox. I'm a fox girl, and we're in an underwater casino foe today. Pretty awesome. And I'm looking for the stairs, and I'm struggling. So pretty cool. Man, it's so over. Who said you could leave your post? Get back to work. And these gators are harsh, huh? My goodness, it's so warm outside. I got some fresh air during the ad break. I'm sorry the ad break was so long. I got crazy distracted. It's so nice outside. And birds are finally coming to my bird feeder. I don't know why it took so long, but it's okay, they found it. They found it, and now there's little morning doves that just sit on my balcony. It's so nice. Kel won 136 clams. Let's go, Kel. That's what we like to see. So you can just guard. Hi, Brandon. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Ugh. Yummy gamer subs. 600 EXP. Sheesh. Does anyone have any idea where the stairs are in this game? I'm afraid maybe I misunderstood what Kel was talking about when he said look on the other floors. But like, surely there has to be stairs somewhere. I assume this is the boss fella. He's employing everyone. Ah, man. This is as far as you go. Mr. Jossum is not gonna be happy to see you again. Do you think sharks and alligators would be friends? Kinda lost 7 clams. Well, that's not so bad. It could be worse. 109 damage. Sheesh. 150 damage. Sheesh. Hell is playing slots. And he won 51 clams. Attaboy. Oh, that's totally a bread slice moment. Yummy! Kel's party was victorious. You gained 600 EXP and 400 clams. Got to level 22. Sheesh! Okay, well... Didn't really want to do both of them. That's fine, I guess. Miss Aubrey. I miss Hero. I miss Basil. Miss. Oh, man. I spent juice on that attack. Ouch! Kelly's playing slots. He won the 184! Shit! So we like to see. Yummy! Man, Amori's gonna be way over leveled. At least from Aubrey and Hero. Sorry, I can't serve fruit juice to minors. Where am I supposed to be? Am I supposed to leave? Leave and come back? Or a different way? Maybe, perhaps not. At least some raw seafood, though. Okay. Nose goes. Uh-huh. Yeah, right? Who? You got it. Okay, these guys are still just on the phone. Money machine. Telephone calls up the wazoo. Who is calling a casino? Man. I don't know what to do. I opened my window because it's nice outside. Maybe it's... I don't know. The breeze feels nice, but it's hot in here. Is it ridiculous to turn on your AC in February? I don't know. Is that a little loud? You'll have to let me know if it's a little loud. Yo! Amazing luck! Well, that was fun. I'm tired of just fighting gators over and over. Wait, can I just run? Oh, I guess I can. Weird. Hot dog vendor. Vending machines. More slots. Is the card supposed to be here? Hey there, good looking. It seems very... a smoke stick. It's interesting. No, it seems very hopeful to just expect a card to be lying around. Okay, she's telling us to smile. Do you need me to help with anything? All it costs is your love. Okay, yes. Please tell me. Okay. I think these are all the side quests. Missing friends, maybe? It's so nice to see you and Kel reunited. Aubrey and Hero must be somewhere near here as well. Kel, you said that we should be able to find Aubrey on the 5th floor, right? We should start there first. Okay. Hope to have helped just a little. I'll be here if you need me. How... Oh. Oh. I understand. I thought I was looking for stairs. Because we couldn't go to any of the floors. But I guess we can go to every floor except the 5th floor. That makes sense. Clean. And a clean. And a clean. And a clean. The boss told me to paint whatever I want, so I'm painting some flowers. Aw, that's nice. This is all natural. Simply apply as directed. Check out these before and after photos. They feel great on my abs. Stop using products that don't work. I love my new life. Ab cream? You got a cool key card. Yo! That was so easy. Cool. We found a cool key card. We should be able to get to the 5th floor from the elevator now. Let's go find Aubrey. The boss tried to put me to use, but when he realized I couldn't do anything, he told me to be a bed tester. Yep. This bed sure feels good. Seems like a nice job to have. A sticky phone? Ew. Big rubber bands. Big rubber bands. Is that different than just rubber band? Deals damage to a foe and reduces their defense. Wow. Kind of awesome. I'm the rock, paper, scissors champion. If you beat me at rock, paper, scissors, I will give you my entire life savings. I like paper. Ready? And... Did I win? Huh. So this is defeat. Yo! You have humbled me, challenger. As promised, you may take my entire life savings. 3 clams. Please don't spend it all in one place. Well, thanks, I guess. A plushie. A doll with an empty face. Doesn't look like it belongs here. Would you like to throw it away? No. That's so messed up. It's probably like somebody's doll. Stop. There's a better way. Finally, a safe and effective solution. It just makes sense. It even comes with a matching case. You can hardly call this work. Pick up that phone now. Huh. Interesting. I kind of like watching infomercials. I remember there used to be one for like scrapbooking stuff. It was low-key just like a paper cutter. But they made it look so cool. Oh. It's like Undertale. I don't like that. Oh, no rubber bands in this garbage can. Is that happening? Does that game still exist? I thought it was an app, to be honest with you. I don't know how you stream an app. I guess I'm not completely against it. Wait, there's a basement. We should probably go get Aubrey first. But I really like exploring. Oh my god, a little goober. I'm Burmbo, and I wouldn't be anyone but me. Aw, that's lovely. You're worth a lot, Burmbo. Oh. This is awesome. You got a punching bag. Take it easy. We ain't gonna fight ya. At least not while we're off the clock. Is this their break room in the basement? This is awesome. Broken lamp? Some bills? Our stocks are falling. I mean, rising. At an alarming rate. Stocks are up. Vending machine? I don't need a tasty soda. Bills. What? Employee of the month. Wow. Is that Hero? Is Hero employee of the month? That's awesome. A smoke stick. Pizza. Grain juice, not for kids. I got everyone pizza. Everyone has to share that little pizza. I mean, that is still pretty nice. I swear, the next guy to leave leftover fish in the microwave is gonna hear it from me. You. A cabinet? Wow, what a good book. You have the fish taco. Yo, I'll take it. Oh, a map. We're in the deep well, I imagine. Because I did go down a well to be here. Still not sure what this one and this one are. Need to go back to Sprout Mole Town. I think I have somebody's plushie. Or something. Yeah, this teddy bear. I think that was in Sprout Mole Town. Rotten milk, let's go! We ain't liable if anything goes missing in these lockers. Leave your valuables at home, people. You found fruit juice, question mark? A locker? 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 Poetry book! Oh! So, oops. Somebody wanted something to read. Maybe it's a toy, maybe it's not. Something I can give to people. I swear I just saw it. Here we go. Inflict sad. I don't really use the toys at all. Maybe I should be. Locker. Bottled water! Sheesh. got all kinds of gifts from the break room. It is awesome. I love going on break. Little guy. Alright, let's get Aubrey. And we can go back to 4 and 3. Use your cool key card. Eat some sushi. I don't think we lost any health since last time I had sushi, but just in case. Wait, I thought I was Kel. Keep me as Kel, please. Ooh, it's like an art gallery. Lord Jossum, 1890X to 1920X. Sir Jossum, 1920X to 1950X. Oh, it's not an art gallery, it's just their portraits, the ancestors. Professor Jossum. Dr. Jossum. Oh, Dr. Jossum did not live very long. That's sad. Mr. Jossum, 1980X2. Wow, he's so old compared to these other ones. These guys died in like 20 years. This guy's like 40. If you want to go on, you gotta convince Burley first. I won't move unless Burley moves. What? Well. What do we have here? You trying to talk to the big boss, are ya? Sorry to burst your bubble, but I can't just let anyone through here willy-nilly. Aw, man. Really? Come on, Burley. We've known each other forever. You can't do us a small little favor? Grumble, grumble. Sorry, Kel. It's the boss's orders. Today's a big day, so he doesn't want any disturbances. We got a tofu fundraiser to prepare for tonight. But Burley, it's me. Your old friend Kel. Me and you go way back. Think of all our good times together. I wonder if Burley is supposed to be like Kim in the real world. Or if Burley is just... just their own fella. Hey, quit it. They made me head of security for a reason. They wanted someone tough. Someone who could make the hard decisions. A hard-headed person. Wow. I mean, look at my badge. It's so shiny. Quick, Kel, think of something fast. Oh, I know. Hey, Burley. Our good friend Amori here is interested in a job. You know the boss would never turn down free work. Free! Dear. It's cooked. That is true. But... please, Burley. Please, 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 please. Oh. Alright. I'll let you through this time. But only if you get me some bottled water first. I'm parched. Oh, thank goodness. There's a bottled water in a locker. Hey, you got me some bottled water? Thanks. I owe you one. Come on, boys. I heard they got pizza in the break room. Alright, free pizza. Ugh. I hope there aren't any pineapples on it. That sounds so nice. Let me in there. Invest? Oh, I'm not even in a letter grabbing situation. Kel's little sprites are so cute. I don't think Q is one of the letters needed. For welcome to blank space. Is this... oh, concierge. Oh, fancy. I wonder if Aubrey's the concierge. Oh, I'm late for my payments again. Mr. Jossum's going to have my head on a stick. Woe is me. Woe is me. Is Mr. Jossum a loan shark that has a casino? It's kind of crazy. What's with this big boss man telling everyone to wait? Who does he think he is? Some of us have lives, you know. Oh my god. Boss called me up for an appointed meeting, but he's not available right now. I don't know. Should I wait here or keep working? It is not alive! Oh. Awesome. I love skeletons on the floor. I hear Jossum has a new bodyguard who's real tough. There's no way he's gonna be a match for Touchdown. That is the ugliest chicken I've ever seen. It reminds me of Chicken Little's dad, but then like extra scrunkly. I am waiting here in order to conduct some important business. And then afterwards, I will conduct more important businesses. Jossum and I, we have many matters to discuss. Yes, many, many things. Ah, jeez. Just gotta be me who has to tell Jossum that another investor is backing out. It's not my fault, alright? There's no way I'm gonna tell him that. I mean, is this a waiting room? Why is it so big? Hello? Please hold. Hello? Please hold. Hello? Please hold. Oh, poor Aubrey. Her job looks a lot harder than Kel's. Chicken Little's dad? Yeah. Like a dad bod chicken with kind of, I don't know, kind of a strange aura. Aubrey! We're here to break you out. Dang it, Kel, go away. Can't you see I'm busy? Snap out of it, Aubrey. This isn't who you are. You know 3 people canceled their meetings today. 3 people. I'm supposed to reschedule them, but I don't even know how that's going to fit with all these usefulest events planned. Not to mention we have a fundraiser tonight. And of all things, it's a tofu fundraiser. Who in their right mind would pay clams for tofu? I tried telling the boss so many times, but he just won't listen. This is a complete nightmare. Okay, Aubrey, I'm going to need you to breathe. I'm breathing, Kel. I'm breathing just fine. Deep breaths, Aubrey, deep breaths. He. Ooh. He. You are not a secretary. Ooh. He. Basil is missing and we need to find him. Ooh. He. Ooh. He. Who. He. Who. He. Oh my goodness, that's right. How could I forget? We have to find Basil. Oh, Mori, is that you? You must be here to save me. Hehe, I'm so happy. Wait, what about me? Mori, you have to get me out of here. We can just leave, Aubrey. The exit's right there. It's not that simple, Kel. We signed contracts, remember? Oh dear. I loved it when Chicken Little's dad said, "What the cluck?" when he saw the aliens. I'm gonna be honest, it's been so long since I've seen that movie that I don't really remember him saying that. That sounds really silly, though. Aubrey. Aubrey! Where have you been? I've been trying to get a hold of you for the past 10 seconds. How's that rescheduling going? So sorry, Mr. Jossum. Something came up. Hi, Mr. Jossum. Dang it. You again, Kel? I thought we sent you far, far away from here. Oh. I do not think Kel is doing that good. Didn't I tell you not to leave your post? Well, I came all the way back to personally tell you that I quit. Excuse me. And I'm bringing Aubrey with me. Very funny. My office, Kel. Now. I'll send him in right away. You too, Aubrey. Bzz. Ooh. You're gonna get fired for real. Dang it, Kel. You're going to get me fired. I know! Isn't it great? Sigh. Come on, let's go. Mr. Jossum's office is right up this elevator. Gotta talk to people first. I am in need of fat stacks of cash. Thanks, whatever. Oops. Mr. Jossum. That's a name that'll get everyone's attention around here. I hear he's the type that won't even get his hands dirty. And I don't blame him for it. I'd do the same if I could get anything I wanted with a snap of my fingers. I don't think this guy even has fingers. Stocks are up. Unpaid bills, legal fees. Telephone calls out the wazoo. Kel is still Employee of the Month. Expensive books for show. What the? Gotta talk to those guys. Alright, time to get fired. Old grandfather clock. On closer inspection, it doesn't seem to be working. Mori seems to have some sort of obsession with grandfather clocks. Seafood, I feel like we're gonna have to fight him. Makes you nervous. You got fruit juice? Yippee! Mari's picnic basket. Would you like to save? Yes! Wait. I want to save as somebody. Oh, oops. There we go. So it's not just a wall of Omili's. They all need a chance to shine, I think. Oh, oops. Let's go to the office. Man, having an elevator to your office is some crazy aura. Whoa. Here. Who's whistling? Pretty. Stop that. Oh, I guess it was Kel. I thought it was pretty. Better than the elevator noises. Yo. Well, I want it to be not Omori. But I guess it's fine. Yo, you're so smiley. Ah, you're finally here. Hi, Mr. Jossum. Ahem. Alright, kids. Let me lay this down for you. As the contract states here, you have agreed to work for me, for better for worse, without pay, for the rest of your life. Who signed that? Kel, I could understand. Aubrey, meh. But really? Hero signed that? Now, a contract is a promise. And you wouldn't break a promise, would you? Shoot, he's right. We can't break a promise. What do we do, Aubrey? Mr. Jossum, it's true that we did make a promise to you. But we also promised each other that we'd find our friend Basil together. Yeah, that's right. That means you have to let us go. I guess I can respect that. Promise is a promise. Aubrey, I'll let you leave. But you have to take Kel with you. Really? Wow, thank you, Mr. Jossum. You are too kind. Awesome! Let's go! Oh, I love him. Wait. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Oh yeah, can we bring my brother Hiro with us too? Ooh, it's Employee of the Month, I think. You really are a funny kid, Kel. Ha 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 ha. You want me to give you Hiro? That's rich. Rich, I tell ya. Hiro is, fins down, the best worker I've ever hired in my life. His very presence increases my work output by 700%. I'd be fooled to let go of a worker like him. Oh, why is he still in his jammies? Hey, Mr. Jossum. I just finished setting up the tofu fundraiser like you asked. The tables are set, the room is decorated, the toilets are clean, and the food tastes spectacular if I do say so myself. Ah, he's a good cook. I also cleaned your windows, mopped your floors, fed your pets, organized your sunglasses collection, and folded your laundry. Ugh. My goodness, what a nice fellow. Oh, and here's your coffee. Just thought you'd enjoy that. Oh, what a sweetie. Cha ha 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 ha. You see, kids? Amazing work, Hiro. Just amazing. I might even consider paying you one of these days. Ja ha 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 ha. Really? That would be an honor, sir. Oh, hey guys. What are you doing here? Are you looking for a job too, Amori? Hiro, what happened to you? Don't tell me that even you forgot about Basil. Oh shoot, that's right. We need to find Basil. How could I forget something so important? What are we doing here? We gotta go right away. Whoa there, Hiro. Not so fast. You still got some unfinished work to do. You're supposed to usher in all of our VIPs for the fundraiser tonight. Mr. Jossum, I'm sorry, but with all due respect, the tofu fundraiser can wait. My feelings are hurt, Hiro. You haven't forgotten about our contract, have you? Well, forget about the contracts. Basil needs us. We have to go, Hiro. Ja ha 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 ha. Don't listen to her, Hiro. Why would you? You didn't even sign a contract with her. I don't listen to Aubrey because of a contract. I listen to her because she's my friend. I'm sorry, Mr. Jossum. My friends are more important than a measly piece of paper. Yeah, you tell him. Measly piece of paper? You disrespect me, boy. I take you in, a youngin' with no experience, and I turn you into the ultimate employee. My goodness. Don't remember. You would be nothing if it wasn't for me. Oh dear. The punishment for breaking a contract is death. I'll teach you to respect your superiors. Whoa. Whoa. Wait, swanky music. Boys, would you be so kind as to show these kids the way out? Wait, I really like this song. Well, at least we have everyone here. I think maybe attacking Mr. Jossum first is probably the best. What? Oh, I keep pressing X instead of Z. Yo! Why did Omori's attack whiff? The attack did nothing. Oh. Interesting. It's not... He's not taking any damage. I guess he can't. I guess we can't target him. That's okay. Oh yeah. Get that guy out of here. Oh yeah, get that guy out of here too. Oh, now he takes damage. Maybe he only takes damage if there's no gators. I want these kids gone, you understand? Oh yeah. Make Omori crazy. He called for backup gators. Oh well. A swing that doesn't miss. I like a swing that doesn't miss. What the? Come on, Omori. That's the second time you whiffed. Oh, I probably should have called Kel. Kel Loki might die. Stop calling gator guys. We reduce his defense, maybe? Oh, Meijam. Get this guy back here. They're cracking their knuckles. Okay. Cooking for Kel. Amazing. Mr. Jossum's defense fell. That's good. Oh, everyone feels angry. Yikes. This guy is dead as hell. Okay. Okay. One down. Two down. Oh my goodness. So many gator guys. I think snap time is good here. Yippee! Cute. They're so healthy. Oh my goodness. I wish he hit one more time. That's okay. Actually, maybe you can rebound. That's chill. Raise attack lift. Ugh, girl. Get it together, Mori. Ouch. I want to use the special attack, but I don't know. It'd be sad if it did 0 damage to him. Maybe we can use a toy? Deals damage to a foe and reduces their defense. Maybe his defense is just too high. She's back! Yonka! Sigh. Yep. Yonka's back. That's surely her name. Taking no damage. Oh my goodness. I don't know how to damage this dude. Base attack did nothing. Man. Hi, Yonka, I missed you. What happened? She was working as a secretary for this Mr. Jossum fella. But then we were like, guys, we need to actually look for a friend. We can't work here anymore. We quit. He freaked out, and now we gotta fight him. Womp. You attack Mr. Jossum. And then everyone else attack Gator Guy, maybe. Can I release energy? Maybe perhaps this will do something. It's gonna be like 0 damage. No damage! I was really hoping that would do something. The Gator Guy who runs them out gets free pizza. On me. Get him! What do you mean we're running low on henchmen? That's impossible. Get him, get him, get him, get him, get him, get him. Oh no, stop calling! Get these Gator Guys out of here. Okay. Just full attack. Don't even worry about anything else. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Ugh. Wait, this alligator. I don't. Dilsey. That's crazy. That's so crazy. Okay, this one acts first. Hopefully that, like, Loki kills him. I think Hero needs a snack. Give that guy a snack, please. And then you attack. Only Grandpa was here. Man, what would a Grandpa do in this situation? I don't think that would help at all. I think that would actually just kind of get in the way. My little guy. Attack and become happy. Okay, Kel, you eat some bread. And Hero, you just keep attacking. We'd talk it out, and y'all would avoid this conflict. What? How would that work? Grandpa solves all the problems. Look at this shark guy. He does not want to talk anything out. He's full of beans. Maybe he'd self-sacrifice and say something like, "Come back for me"? What? That's not our goal. Oh my god, this Gator guy's on 0 HP for real. Okay. Rebound, you can do it. He's so low. He's so low. I just need these gators to run out. Why do you hate Grandpa? Well, I don't hate Grandpa. I just don't necessarily think he's, you know, helpful in this situation. You let yourself be foiled by a bunch of children. What did I even hire you for? Oh my god, 6,000 clams. We found a contract. Oh my god. This is so awesome. That's enough. Stand down, men. We're getting nowhere like this. Goodbye, little gators. Goodbye, Aubrey. Aubrey, comma, gator. I gotta admit, you kids are pretty strong. But that doesn't matter now. Hero isn't the only ultimate employee in my workforce. I have, but one other. Is it Basil? Is it Basil? Is this where we find Basil? You can come in now, Pluto. Oh. Not what I was expecting. Pluto! It's me, Kel! Don't you recognize us? We're your friends. Sorry, Kel. This is nothing personal. It's just business. Jahahaha. Man, I can't even heal. Huh? What do you mean, huh? What do you mean, huh? Let's see how you do against the strength of a former planet. Pluto, show these kids your true power. Right away, sir. I'm sorry, everyone. This is the end of the road for you. Nah. I can surely take him. Never mind. I don't know what's happening. Oh my god. Did he just destroy the whole building? I feel like Mr. Jossum is low-key dead right now. Yo, where are we? Wow. Are we supposed to know who this is? Yeah, we fought Pluto earlier. And now he acts as our, like, transportation system. But he was not this ripped before. His pecs were not this defined before. Behold. This is my final form. Can you feel the heat? Oh wait, we're full health. This is chill. This is so chill. Pluto expanded? Sheesh. Surely he's not that healthy. Surely my 50 damage will be enough for him. Aubrey feels happy. Cute. Oh. Threw a moon at her. That's kind of messed up. Okay, let's reduce his defense. So much aura? No, don't say that! Yo, I'm trying to beat this guy up. Do not hype him up. Yo. Oh yeah, his defense fell. It's embarrassing for him. We don't stand a chance. What do you mean? Oh. His health bar is not looking that great. But his defense is getting reduced. And that's awesome. Surely that's good enough. Man, I gotta review what the follow-up attacks do. I low-key forgot. Look, we hit him right in the heart. That really sucks for him. Ah! Aubrey, no. Dear. It's okay, we can make jam for her. It'll be fine. Open your eyes, he's so cool. Listen, he does look cool. I guess. Not as cool as me, though. Surely I look cooler. A swing that doesn't miss. And then we make some fast food for Amori, and everybody's so chill. Look, it's so chill and regular. Ah, I see. You have all gotten stronger. But so have I. Oh, we're zooming in on the pecs. I don't really know why we did that. That's kind of awesome. His muscles are kind of... He is kind of mogging on me. Where's Grandpa? We need Grandpa! Man, I don't even think Grandpa talks things out that good. Can I say that? I just don't think that's how that works. Maybe this is a twirl situation. If we get hit 4 more times, then I can do my big special move. But I don't know. Pretty speed though. I don't know if we can tank that many. Grandpa would have the knowledge on how to beat this aura monster? Yo! Surely I also have some aura monster knowledge. Surely. Fast food. Surely nobody dies. Oh, he's bald. He's bald, so is his aura even that good? Oh. Aubrey's dead. I think it's fine. I think it's chill. Man, it feels bad to use jam packets on just one person. Yeah! Are you cheering for Pluto right now? Betrayal. Look at his bald head. His body is T, but his face card might be declining. I'm gonna eat a snack. $35? $60? I think this is a 60 situation. I know it's only a Mori and Aubrey, but I really don't want them to die. He just has so much aura. Save us from boss. What? What do you mean? You love it here. You love it here and you're having a great time. I don't want to hear otherwise. She hates peanut butter. Get her? Yo, there were some other people in chat that said they didn't really like peanut butter. I think Awa doesn't even like peanut butter that much. And Juice said that they don't like peanut butter that much. Oh my god, Aubrey. I'm just saying. I think it's regular. Like throw a jack at him. Wait. If we give Hero his juice back, then surely he can use homemade jam next turn. Just gotta guard up. It's one of my least favorite things. Yeah, see? I'm not even alone. I'm not even alone. Wow, he is not taking, like, any damage. His muscles intimidated me. I need him to attack one more time. So I can do my big special cool attack. Sigh. Oh yeah, look at that jam. No, don't zoom in on your head. I want him to attack. His speed can't go any lower. Reduces defense. His health bar is so low. I feel like I can just chug through it. But I don't know. Mugging on me. That we're peanut butter brothers. You know. You know it's crazy. Picks up the earth and slams it into everyone. No, it's fine. Cause we have packets of jam. And then we can also we can also eat some bread. Make her into toast. I do like toast. As long as it's not buttered. No! Stop doing that! I need everyone alive for my special attack. No! Mori did not succumb. I mean, I don't want to have to do this again. I just want to be able to use my special. Can you just mog again, please? Ugh. Okay, well maybe I do want to die because I don't I don't want to have wasted like 4 jam packets. I apologize, children. You should applaud yourselves for your effort. Sigh. Yes, I want to retry. I wonder if there's a way... Oh, it just does it from the fight. Okay. What a badass. Hey! Does he hit 7 times? Like, can I even use my special ability? Before it gets into the earth slamming? I don't know. Pluto Kia? What the? What are you fangirling over Pluto for? You're supposed to be doing that for me. Sigh. What the? Maybe we make use of toys. Maybe if we reduce his defense immediately. Okay, maybe we make him happy. And then he misses all his stuff. That would be awesome, I think. Oh, sorry. Aw, skip. Thanks. Sigh. Sigh. Thanks. I need to play this so I can have Pluto in the background of my stream. You're just gonna have a Mori open in the background on this fight? You could just like play a Mori on your stream. instead of having it as the background. Secondhand, yeah. Yeah. It is second-handed, isn't it? Back to admiring Pluto. Man. Sigh. Defender feel angry. Can Kel annoy himself? I think being annoyed raises your attack. Yeah, wait, look at his little face. He's so cute. Ouch! Amoy did not succumb. Looks a little stressful, huh? Surely doing extra damage to happy foes is progress. Make her say youch more, Pluto. Bro! That's not very nice. Is reducing his defense working? I can't even tell. Get him, get him. Get him, get him. Maybe instead of saving for the big attack, we just use extra abilities while we have them. Oh my goodness, get me out of here. The aura is drawing me in. Right to his pecs, huh? Right in the heart. Ouch. Yes, keep glowing defense. I don't know by how much, but that's gotta be doing something. Snack time, go. What's passing the hero do? Oh, his attack fell. That's good. I'll cheat for you if you start glowing too. Wait, hold on. Is this glowing? Is this glowing? That's what it just was. Is this? Does not really look like glowing, but I feel like it's the closest thing I got to glowing. Whoa. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yep, those are sliders. You're so radiant. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. I've been working out. I think I can do this. Bald and buff too. I am never ever going to be bald. Decrease defense, please. It's fine. Yeah. Thank you, thank you. I can really feel your support. This guy off screen. I'm trying. I think if I lower his attack, things will happen, surely. 47. His defense can't go any lower. Okay, that's good. Okay, well, he just increases defense, so that's kind of messed up. I'm feeling a bit lied to. Okay, I gotta be close. Deal extra damage, please. Please, 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 please. $62 dual attack. 48. Oh, 133. That's good. Oh. Okay, we're slamming people now. Okay. Oh. It's not doing as much as it did, but it's still not great. Oh, he's so low. Oh, he's so low. Okay. I need to guarantee that Kelp lives. I just don't think I can do that. I wish homemade jam went first. Ugh, man. Poor Kel. Well done, children. You've come a long way. But I am not finished yet. What? Oh, okay. I thought he was gonna get another health bar or something. Kind of scary. Man, poor Kel. He's so under-leveled. Oh well. Oh, hero learned enchant. Wow. Wow. Oh. Huff, huff. You've all really gotten stronger. Huff. I'm so proud of you. Wait, that's nice. But even still, I have a job to do, and I plan on finishing it. Brace yourselves, children. This is the definition of power! You're doing so good! Pluto doesn't stand a chance. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, thank you for saying that! I hope I don't have to fight him again. When I flex. Oh my god. I feel my best! Alright. Break it up, break it up. Sigh. Cool it, Pluto. I'm already losing one ultimate employee today. I don't want to lose two. But sir, I can defeat them. Just give me a little more time. Don't sweat it, Pluto. I ain't risking any more assets today. Man. Look at this little walk of shame. He lost all his beefy body. Just get out of here. You've all been nothing but a pain in my tail anyway. Thank you, sir. You won't regret this. You look so goofy from the bag. Yeah. There's really nothing I can do to get you to stay, huh? It's a pity. You could have reached your true potential here. Mr. Jossum, before we go, I just want to say that even after kidnapping all my friends and tricking us into signing an ambiguous contract, I'm sometimes still thought of you as a pretty decent guy. Hero. This might come as a surprise to you, but I always thought of you as the son I never had. What kind of son does all your cleaning for you and treats you weird? I know you'll do some great things out there. Now get lost already. Can't you see I'm busy? Crying emoji. Is that sweet? I guess it's kind of sweet. Just kind of weird when they didn't have any affection in their relationship, really. Kira just did a bunch of things for him. Is that what it's like to be a dad? Thanks again, Mr. Drossum. Alright, everyone. Now that we're all together again, we can continue our search for Basil. It's been a long journey, but I just know that we'll find him. As long as we don't give up. You're right, hero. We're almost at the finish line. I can feel it. Wait for us, Basil. We'll find you in no time at all. Now that's the dedication I like to see. Go get him, you crazy kids. Aw, he is a pretty decent guy. Cooler billiards. Socks are down. Oh, you can still go into the elevator. This isn't even an elevator. It's a manly thing? I don't expect you to understand. Oh. My bad. It's a manly thing to offload tasks? Yeah, that's kind of just like me for you. Maybe I'm ready to be a dad. This is a surprise, children. Have you come to do battle with me again? I understand you well. I'm still feeling the after effects of our heated battle. It's a memory I will cherish forever. You've all grown incredibly strong, but as with everything, there's still room to improve. Flex for me, Kel. Show me what I've taught you. Yes, sir, Pluto, sir. Aww. Hoo-ha! Kel is ready for action. Now, who am I punching? No. I'm afraid you're mistaken. In this challenge, I won't be testing your power. I will be testing your endurance. Are we actually fighting him again? Brace yourself, Kel. I won't be holding back. Yo, I'm not ready for this. I just wanted to talk. Do not talk to glowing fast like that, Jarchi. My aura is so strong. My aura kind of wiggles with me, except for it's cut off at the top. Just pretend that's not happening. Kel gained 50 heart and lost a tooth. Aww. Oh my god, he's dead. 50 heart's good though. Oh. Maybe Kel's young enough to where he lost a baby tooth. I was thinking adult tooth, and that's not great. But I think it's probably fine. He's probably still a baby. Yeah, she read my message. Lily Day 7 quiz. To be honest, I don't know what that emote is supposed to be, so I can't picture it in my head. Expensive books for show. Fancy lamp. Stocks are down. Ooh, I like this painting. Assume everything else is the same. Where does this lead to? Oh, this is the elevator. I thought the elevators were the back ones. Oh, right. Before I forget. Amori, take this. Mr. Jossum gave it to me so I could get around Last Resort faster. VIP keycard. Sheesh. There. Now all the elevators should run faster. Just a warning though, sometimes it gets bumpy. Give me that raw seafood. Did my sub run out? Oh no. This is so sad. I'll just imagine like a really cute pleading eyes emoji. She needs to know. You may strike me down, Foss, but know this. Lexus, a brother's bond is stronger than all else. Are you brothers with Pluto? Man. Also, how would I strike you down? I think you're getting a little too funky on this Funky Monkey Friday. No? Oh. What? Are you just bragging about your brothers? This elevator will not open. Aw, man. I thought it'd be a cool secret. Well, let me evaluate any possible new skills. And then maybe I'll go make some dinner. Maybe observe could be useful. Wind up throw. Deals more damage the less enemies there are. Hey, that sounds nice. Makes Aubrey and a friend happy? Yo. I think that's better than pep talk. Bam, 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 bam. Wind up throw sounds nice, but I don't really know if I like it better than the ones I have. Bam, 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 bam. Lily Dash 7, please. I don't get it. What do you mean you don't get it? I don't get what you're saying. If I don't get it and you don't get it, then who's driving this bus? Ricochet deals damage to a foe 3 times. Attracts attention and reduces all foes' hit rate for the turn. Makes a foe feel a random emotion. Deals extra damage to foes with emotion. I wonder if Juice Me counts for the energy bar. Me witnessing horrors beyond my comprehension? Also first. Oh! Man, when the horrors persist, but so does getting first. Hi, Tiger! Happy Funky Monkey Friday! I hope you're doing so good. I like rebound. I know Everguard. I don't think I need to be doing that. Maybe we do Ricochet instead. Okay, looking good. Bam, bam, bam. Axe Fist. All foes target hero for 1 turn. Axe Fist. A foe targets hero for 1 turn and becomes happy. Yeah, okay. I don't know what his defense is looking like. Surely he can take that though. Defense 38. Yours is 26. Oh my goodness. 28. Okay, I do think Hero has the most defense. And health, so that's probably good for him. What are these horse? I don't know. I don't get them. Oh, understood. How is fastest FMF? I'm doing pretty good. I went on a hike this morning. Whoa. And my stream's been pretty good. I do think I'm gonna go get dinner though. Tee-hee. Uh-oh. I left to save and the save is here. Tee-hee. Tee-hee, tee-hee. Save over this one. Oh yeah. I think fighting a big shark and a big planet counts as a pretty successful stream. Oh my god, don't look at that. we are not waking up at the moment. There you go. Thank you everyone for coming. I appreciate you so much. I hope you guys are having a good Funky Monkey Friday, and I hope it gets even better. Good morning. Oh my goodness. Wow, good morning to you too. But yeah. Yeah, I won't be live tomorrow. I have a cool party to go to. But we are gonna be watching Mulan. It looks like the 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time slot one. So, if you'd like to watch Mulan in my Discord server, you can do that. It'll be at 2 p.m. And then I'll have a schedule for next week out on Sunday. But yeah, thank you guys for chilling out with me. Let me find someone really awesome to raid. Ooh, there are no small streamers that I am followed. Ooh. Um, well, Wave is live. I always forget about them. They're playing Animal Crossing. I think that's cute. I think that's nice for Funky Monkey Friday. So let's go show them some love. Here's a raid message if you want it. Here's a sub raid message if you want it. And I'll see you guys next time. Have a healthy and happy and safe weekend. Goodbye everyone. Goodbye. Make sure you drink enough water and eat enough protein and get enough sleep and make good choices.